on to declarations of conflict of interest.
Confirmation of minutes.
Oh, sorry, confirmation of minutes, skip that. I would like to move the confirmation of the ordinary minutes on the 22nd of April 2020 with the following addition, that in regards to the remuneration, which is resolution ON 10.3 from the last meeting, that it includes the amounts. So it was note the findings from the Local Government Remuneration Commission review, or set the remuneration of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillors at current levels after July 2020 for a period of 12 months, as the Mayor at 130,584, Deputy Mayor at 81,615 and Councillors at $69,372. So that's just for completeness, that inclusion. Do we have any, so I'll move, do we have anyone who second the minutes? Councillor O'Neill. Sorry, I do have another one that the seconder is happy. Thank you very much. Also, on item C12, disputed water infrastructure charges, assessment number 130273. And I'd like to include in the minutes, if we can, the Council, in accordance with Local Government Regulation 2012, Section 120, grant the concession of hardship concession for the water access infrastructure charge effective the 1st of July 2019. And point 2, the concession will provide to the current owners only for the time they own the property. So the difference there, it's just back to 2019 because the customers paid one. If everyone is happy with that, is the seconder happy with that? Okay, so well, if there's nothing else, we're going to go to the vote on moving the minutes. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so now we can move on to the declarations of conflicts of interest. Do we have anyone who would like to start? Councillor Edwards.
Conflict of interest, that's C20, agenda item C20, C21 in relation to the airport. Closed section, the conflict of interest. I would like to look at option 2 there. Council please propose to stay in the meeting. The details of the nature of the personal interest. I'm a member of the Maranoa Club Incorporated. The name of the other person, if the personal interest arises because of a relationship with or receive a gift from another person, the name of the other person is Maranoa Club Incorporated. Nature of the relationship or value in the date of receipt of the gift. Well, I'm a member, and there's a lease from the Maranoa Regional Council with the Aero Club, and we may or may not have provision of grant funds. We've had them in the past, might have them in the future. Nature of the other person's interest in the matter, that's the Aero Club Incorporated. The club to which the member belongs to is a lessor and potential provider of funds. I'm saying I've determined this is personal interest, not significant interest, sufficient significance that it will lead me to make this conflict of public interest. I'll best perform my responsibility serving the overall public interest of all the councils area by participating in discussion and voting on this matter. However, I acknowledge that the remaining councils must determine, pursuant to Section 175E4 of the Local Government Act 2009, A, whether I have a real conflict of interest in this matter, or C, conflict of interest in the matter, and B, if so, whether I must leave the meeting while this matter is discussed or voted on, or I may participate in the meeting in relation to the matter included by voting on the matter. And that's it.
Thank you. Right, so we're now to vote on that. Is that correct procedure?
You need a mover and a second.
Yeah, so anyone want to move that Councillor Edwards can stay in the room? Okay, please go ahead.
I'll move that Councillor Edwards has a perceived conflict of interest in the matter, and notwithstanding the conflict, Councillor Edwards may participate in the matter discussed and voted upon.
Okay, we have a second to Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? Now go to, does anyone wish to discuss it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, do you have another one, Councillor Edwards?
No, that's it.
That's someone?
Oh, sorry, excuse me, that was C20 and C21. Does that cover both, or do I read the C20? So C20 was the first one, C21 was the second one.
To do them separately.
Separate ones? Okay. So that one was C20, just to clarify that. So C20, sorry, C21. That's C21. That's right. C21. Yeah, Roman Surrey Aerodrome.
Just for clarity, Mr Mayor, just in terms of what I moved, I heard C21, so I was looking at C21 in terms of the Roman Surrey Aerodrome Compliance Inspection Report. So that's the motion that I put forward in relation to C21.
C21.
Excuse me, but I did say C20 and C21 at the same time. So I did say C20 and C21. So I can deal with them separately.
Yeah, I think that's better.
So that was C21.
Yes, it's the second. You were happy with C21? As far as the item, the mover said it was C21 that he moved on. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. So C20. So C20 option 2, C20 would be I'm declaring a conflict of interest and propose to stay in the meeting. Once again, I declare that I have a conflict of interest in this matter as defined in the Local Government Act 2009, Section 175 as follows. Nature of the interest is I'm a member of the Roman Aero Club Incorporated, and I have a relationship in relation to I have a relationship, the name of the other person is the Roman Aero Club Incorporated. The nature of the relationship, or value and date of receipt of gift, I consider it to be a relationship where I'm a member of the Roman Aero Club, and the Roman Aero Club have a lease with the Maranoa Regional Council and have provision of grant funds for May, have had in the past and may in the future. The nature of the other person's interest in the matter of the Maranoa Aero Club is a club to which the member belongs, that's me, who is a lessor, part of the Aero Club, the Maranoa Regional Council is a lessor and potential provider of funds. So I've determined that this personal interest is not of sufficient significance that it will lead me to making a decision on the matter that is contrary to the public interest. I'll best perform my responsibility of serving the overall public interest of the whole of the Council's area by participating in the discussion and voting on this matter. However, I acknowledge the remaining councillors must now determine, pursuant to Section 175B, or in brackets of the Local Government Act 2009, A, whether I have a real conflict of interest in this matter or a perceived conflict of interest in this matter, and B, if so, that 1, I must leave the meeting while this matter is discussed or voted on, and 2, I may participate in the meeting in relation to the matter, including by voting on the matter. That's it.
Okay, does anyone have any word? Does anyone wish to move on that one? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that that Councillor Edwards has a perceived conflict of interest in the matter, notwithstanding the conflict, Councillor Edwards may participate in the matter discussed and vote upon it.
Okay, do we have a second? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to that? Does anyone wish to speak to it? Let's go to the vote. All those in favour, 8-0. Okay, nothing more, Councillor Edwards. Okay, moving along, Councillor Burkett.
Yeah, I've got two, but I just need a bit of clarification. I'm not sure. I thought I would have had to put them in the material section, material personal interest. C8, community newsletter, voluntary bulletin, and C14, Mitchell RSL Combined Sports Club. I'm just a bit unsure which one they've got to be in.
So you're on the committee of both?
I'm on the committee of both, Ringer Action Group and the Mitchell RSL. So
you don't have any thoughts there, being on a committee?
I'm an executive on both committees, individual committees.
That's a different question.
Yeah, the executive.
So would that be material personal interest? A conflict?
I'm not a lawyer.
We try not to give legal advice.
Yeah, no, that's totally
But I think you're better off to err on the side of.
It was me, I'd be erring on the side, I would not be, I would be stepping out and not participating in the
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. I just
Just
don't know
to
which
do
one
the
I had to put it
arms
under. Which category that was
Under the Act, like, if you're an executive member of any organisation, out.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wasn't sure which one to put it under. Okay, well, I declare a conflict of interest with the Ringer Action Group on C8, and so that's a Ringer Action Group, the nature of the relationship. I'm an executive with the Ringer Action Group, and they're going in negotiations with the voluntary bulletin. So it's my best interest if I leave the room for that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
And the same with C14, Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club. I'm the president of that organisation, so I'll be leaving the room for that discussion as well.
Good. Okay, moving along the table, anything on the councillors?
Yes, but do we need to second?
No, because you're going to leave the room, so
Oh, it's only
it's only if you're staying in and you've got a lower level.
Perfect. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I declare that I have a conflict of interest in this matter as defined by section 175D of the Local Government Act 2009 as follows. Item C24, establishment of cadetship. I have a close association with the trainees' family, and therefore I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Neill, do you have
I'll declare a material personal interest in item 10.1 as my name is on the ballot for the election of the Local Government Association of Queensland. I'll be dealing with this matter by leaving the room.
Okay, thank you.
And on another matter, probably being overcautious on this, but I'll declare a conflict of interest in item C20, the negotiations for airline relief. As I am a member of the airline in question, and I will, notwithstanding this conflict, I believe I can act in the best interest of the region, and I'll leave it to the meeting to decide whether I stay in the room or not.
Just a question on that, is that like a loyalty program?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have a mover on that motion as we need to decide? Do we have any paperwork there we could hand to anyone?
It's the colourful pages.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does anyone wish to move on that one?
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
With Councillor O'Neill, probably written here, I've got to say it, can stay in the,
Page 4.
stay and take. That Councillor O'Neill does not have either a real conflict or interest or perceived conflict of interest in the matter and is accordingly free to participate in the meeting while this matter is discussed, including by voting on the matter.
Second.
Okay, so that's staying in the room. Okay, any opposition to that motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, no others?
No others.
Righto, thank you. Moving around, Councillor Ladbrook, do you?
Yeah, I've got a declaration of conflict of interest with C22, which is the Humphrey's family, which brother-in-law, and I'll deal with this matter by leaving the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
And another one, an interest with, what have we got here? I did declare a conflict of interest with the Roman Turf Club, agenda number 1.1, and I'll be dealing with this matter by leaving the room. Okay,
thank you. Any others on that table? Councillor Mullen, Guthrie, Councillor Taylor?
Just the right side over.
Okay, I would like to declare a conflict of interest given correspondence received by me, and I inform the meeting that I may have a personal interest in the matter given complaints have been made to the OIA about me, and I will be dealing with this by leaving the room and having no part in any discussions in relation to 10.6 and also LC4 contract matter. I will be also declaring a conflict of interest given the correspondence received by me, and I will inform the meeting that I may have a personal interest in the matter given complaints have been made to the OIA about me, and I will be dealing with this by leaving the room and having no part in any discussions.
Mr Mayor, what was the second number that you referenced?
LC4.
Right, and the first number?
Is, I think, 10.6.
I don't have a 10.6.
No, it was laid on the table from last week. So, that's the one there. Okay, any other conflicts of interest?
Mr Mayor, can I just ask through you to the CEO? I read somewhere in all the literature that we've been getting post the election, and it would be good to get some clarity. Once a declaration has been made, for example, Councillor Burkett has declared the executive role with the Baringa Action Group. Once that is declared and has been, it then doesn't have to be declared again. Like there's a register of those declarations.
Sorry, Councillor O'Neill, we've received supplementary advice that at this moment in time, it does need to be declared each time. And we'll advise if that was to change in the future.
Because it's only declared on that item.
Through you, Mr Mayor, what I think what Councillor O'Neill was getting at, that we may not, once you've declared it, once you didn't have to do it when you left the room, that...
Oh, yeah.
I'm just trying, yeah.
No, that was probably the worst example I could use. an item that council has voted on to declare, to resolve that isn't a conflict, that they can stay in the room. My reading of some information, I'll find it, was that once that's done, it becomes a register.
It has been contemplated that way, but it's not actually through yet.
Oh, okay,
So
righto.
just for the moment, we need to
Continue, declare it.
and I'm happy councillors to circulate that advice, just to confirm that. But for the moment, each time that matter comes before council, that conflict needs to be mentioned.
Yeah.
But to Councillor McMullen's point, when we've declared it at item 4 of the agenda, once we get to the item there again, we don't have to say no.
Correct, yeah, that's a different story.
No, well, yeah.
It's just, if that same item, it might be on the agenda a couple of times at different meetings. Each time that is on the agenda, it does need to be dealt with.
Like George left the room last time.
Correct, so that's a really good example, councillor.
Okay, righto, then on the table. So, do we have any items on the table?
10.6.
10.6, okay, well, I've already declared a conflict of interest and I'll be dealing this with by leaving the room. And I would just ask if the Deputy Mayor would be able to take over the meeting. Please.
Thank you.
Do we need to close that back door?
That's from last meeting. So I don't take 12 minutes. Happy with what we're up to? Okay, I would like to move that item number 10.6 of council meeting 22nd of April 2020 be taken from the table. Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Guthrie, second. Is there any opposition to the motion?
Just read.
Okay, well, I'll put it to the vote then.
I've got a question.
You have a question, sorry?
Yeah, through you, Acting Chair. When this was laid on the table at the last meeting 3 weeks ago, it was conditioned on questions of legal advice being provided to council. Can I ask, I didn't receive any legal advice.
I thought the mayor, my understanding is the mayor's still waiting on his legal advice. That's what I thought he put in his, I thought he mentioned it from the OIA.
Oh, so it's, so for clarity, it's the mayor's legal advice, not council's legal advice, because I was under the impression that I was receiving legal advice.
No, I think from my memory, Councillor O'Neill, I think it was Councillor Hancock asked a question and the mayor said he would be getting advice to give to all council. And then he
provided to all councillors.
Yeah.
But long before the next meeting was what?
That's right. Yeah, he did say that, yeah, and it hasn't still hasn't.
Okay.
Any other questions on that motion subject? Okay, then I'll put it to the vote then. All those in favour? That's 8-0. Now, the next one. In relation to the matter item number 10.6 of council meeting of 22nd of April 2020. Council consents to the motion taken from the table described in the council's meeting minutes of 22nd April 2020 as resolution on resolution number 0M-04-2020-10 being withdrawn. Do I have a seconder?
I don't know what that means exactly.
Councillor Taylor, means we're withdrawing the whole item from the
You're removing the whole.
removing the whole item from the agenda, is that correct? Oh, the heading of the report. Sorry, the heading of it was the position of Chief Executive Officer was the subject heading, sorry, to address it. Councillor Edwards will second that. Any opposition to the motion? Wish to speak to the motion? I would just like to say I agree with this because in light of the open letter I got from the Crime and Corruption Commission wanting to interview me, and some highlighted things in there that I don't understand, so I agree with this motion until I get to meet with the Crime and Corruption Commission. Sorry. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Anyone else want to speak to or for it?
I've got another question if I can. Councillor McMullen, in light of what you've just referenced, I too have received a letter, and I can only assume the way that it was addressed, everyone here has received a letter. It states in the letter, or the letter I received, that they're seeking advice from council as to actions in relation to this particular item. I wonder, is it an addition to this motion or a subsequent motion that a letter be drafted?
Well, I'm happy. I was going to raise an additional motion, but I'm quite happy to include it. As everyone, well, I assume everyone got the letter, and they would like to the full council let them know what actions were taken throughout the whole procedure, and if there was any decisions made. I'm quite happy to do it in this resolution. Is everyone happy for full count?
Who writes that letter?
Well, I was just going to say, the kits would have to be approved by the council for me to sign the letter because the mayor has a conflict of interest. Outline everything where it's from day one, from first discussion through to now. So, everyone, or anyone?
No, I think we should not allow them to tell them what we've done. I just think we should just put this to bed and move on. We've got a job to do, and I just like to see us just all move forward and get on with the job.
Okay, well, I'm happy to add this to that resolution. Is the second happy to add it?
Yes.
What's the wording?
The council approves for the deputy chair to sign the letter and
let them know the outcome.
let them know the outcome of what the procedures that went on and the letter to be circulated to all councillors
Prior to signing.
prior to signing. Yeah. Any questions or any opposition or anyone want to add to it or anything?
It's up on the board anyway.
Oh.
Can we just have a moment to read it?
Yeah, you're right.
So this will go on after B, Karen?
That's right.
Yeah.
Councillor McMullen, I don't think it's the outcome of
Sorry?
procedure. I don't think the word is outcome. I think it's a listing of steps or something like that. Because an outcome is a finished product. So the letter is intending to provide a timeline
I'm
relevant
happy for
details.
some advice on wording,
Yeah,
especially from a school teacher.
sorry, I'm not being rude.
No.
But outcome is the final consequence. You actually want to have wording that says, with a listing of the relevant details or pertinent information relating to, or the listing of the events or something like that. Yes.
Through you, Acting Chair, can I suggest that maybe your initial thought of having a separate resolution is the right way, and that will allow us to get the right wording for a resolution? I know that there is a matter.
Could I just make an offer, councillors?
Yeah, sure.
Would you like me to step out and then the Deputy CEO sit here, given that
It won't be.
no,
I don't think.
if council would
All
feel
this-
comfortable with the deputy sitting here and then I can leave
I
that.
don't think that's necessary, because all of my intention, my understanding is we'll be putting in the initial, just the fact we had a meeting, the Mayor and I had a meeting with the CEO, we won't be putting the details in, and then the subsequent resolutions and things that move down.
I'd agree, it's only going to be a factual
It's not going to
account
be, it's not going to be a
of the
debate
what
and
is
discussion.
relevant. It's not going to be
The
any,
fact that we met with the CEO when we did, Mayor and I, and then whatever's in the minutes of the last meeting, that's 3 resolutions, and then today.
And no vote was taken, that's all you need to say.
Yeah.
So just so we're clear, what the letter is asking is that they seek council's urgent advice as any action taken by council. The only actions taken by council were a matter was put forward at the last meeting, put on the table, it was laid on the table. It's subsequently come up today. There's a subsequent motion that the Deputy Mayor's put forward. That's the actions taken by council.
So actions would probably be the word instead of outcome.
yeah, outcome is the culmination and the finishing, yeah, it needs to be actions.
Excuse me. Yes, go ahead, Mark. Councillor.
Can you see that? Is it on there?
So we're drafting a response to this.
That's correct.
Correct. And that response then, is that going to be passed at a subsequent meeting, or are the contents of the letter, is that going to be passed at a subsequent meeting, or are we going to just have it delivered to us? He will say we're happy with it, and then it will go. Is that the way it's going to be?
That's correct. If everyone's happy with the assignment.
Is that okay? Is that what we're talking about?
It needs to be circulated outside, I think, the council meeting,
Outside the
because
meeting.
then it's not being directed through the council, the letter has come to us individually, so we would respond to it as a group, as a joint letter in response, I would think.
Could I?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just wondering whether we're better off doing a closed meeting, giving them detail and having, take the CEO's offer here and for her to step out of the room. That's what I'm wondering, because I'm not comfortable really with talking about it in an open meeting.
Councillor Evans, the whole subject has been in an open meeting. We're not going to, I don't believe we're going to say anything that's not already on the website that's available to the public.
Okay.
Would everyone be happy? It will be.
I mean,
But what
it's in
I'm-
the open agenda, let's just get it sorted, like,
My question is probably to the CEO. Can something be worded later on before around lunchtime, and then we can work on it, and that way the councillors could have a look at it, and before today's finished, because we would need to get it to the Crime and Conduct Commission ASAP.
Yeah.
So in that way, I don't know, we can't leave it for another fortnight.
No. Just keep it simple.
That's
That a draft letter was prepared and circulated to councillors, outlining the events and the steps taken.
I'd be happy with that, as long as it's kept simple, it can remain in the open meeting. Okay.
Just keep it simple.
You only state really three facts, three things really.
Yeah.
Can't be detailed.
But mindful of councillor Edwards' comments, maybe it does have a closed, maybe later this afternoon we have a closed meeting where it's then discussed as a group before signing, prior to signing.
Yeah, like we're all going to be receiving this letter via email, aren't we?
Because the letter that will be drafted up will only be stating what's been put in the council resolutions, and they're on the website.
Yeah.
So there's no new decisions?
No new decisions have been,
Just as it is.
Last meeting, that resolution was put up, no vote taken, and then the next one, I think, was when it was going to close, and then the last one was delayed
So that's all we're putting in.
until today, and then we just have to verify today, then what we've done today, that the mayor left the room, Commissioner took over, and council, this is the letter council.
Okay.
So it's just true and accurate basic points.
That's exactly what
And
we
we
just
just
saw.
resolved today.
It's a procedural, just a list
And
of
we just
facts.
signed it to verify.
Is everyone happy?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favour?
Well, the wording's not really.
Right.
No, we're not all those in favour of getting it sorted today, I don't mean that.
Oh,
We're not-
sorry.
not the letter, we haven't got the letter yet.
So then, maybe your initial course of action was the right one, Councillor McMullen. You have the resolution that you put, and maybe a subsequent resolution in terms of drafting the letter, and that way it potentially could be laid onto the table until later in the meeting, and a letter could be drafted, and then we see that letter before we vote.
The other benefit of separating it, Councillor McMullen, is that this decision, that resolution is on the books before you
Okay.
proceed.
Well, then, I'm quite, anyone, you happy
I'm
to
happy to
happy to second?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, we'll go back to the first motion, we haven't voted on yet, have we?
No.
We did vote on it, sorry.
So we voted on the being taken from the table, yeah,
So,
But we didn't do B.
and then through you, Acting Chair Kelly, it'd be, I imagine from what we just discussed, point 2 that you've got there, that will be a subsequent motion. So where you've got 2 in the highlight.
Draft letter.
Sorry, I'm really confused.
yeah, I think,
So I thought, I think all that's going to be a subsequent motion.
yes.
But the second one is the one that is in front of us here, was B, is the one that we're going to be doing now.
Yes, that's right.
We'll have to go back to the
Yeah,
council
and
approval,
then-
that will be a separate motion.
That whole one
Yeah.
B, so it's
No,
actually
no,
back to the
I'm happy
original
with that.
B, Cal, is what we're
First motion will be only what's written on the,
Yeah, there's 2 motions on this piece of paper.
sorry, those two
Yeah.
motions.
Yeah.
That's those two highlighted in yellow.
Yeah.
Correct, Cal. Separately, yeah.
We've done them separately, haven't we? Yeah. We've done those two separately.
We haven't
have
actually
not done
voted
the
on
Same way
that.
the last one, okay.
Probably.
So that, what have we got up there for the second one, Kelly, please?
So, are you going to the second one?
That's correct, the second one on the, we've already spoke about it, but we haven't voted on.
I only have that in hard copy, so I'll just transcribe that out quickly.
moved that anyway, did I move it?
You did, and councillor
Yeah, you seconded.
Edwards had seconded that.
That's everyone up with? Okay, any opposition to it? Okay, I'll put it to the vote then. 8-0. Now the next one will. Later, you're going to let them. Okay. Okay, could I move that we move the third item to the agenda to address that, please? And then lay it on the table for the later in the meeting.
What's the title of the item?
Preparation of letter.
Preparation of letter.
And councillors, I will step out of that item. If
When
that's,
the-
when
when we're discussing the
that, I just feel that that would be the appropriate thing to do, and that will allow councillors to speak freely without me there. And I'm sure the deputy CEO will consider that, if you don't mind. Director Brooke, thanks.
Everyone's happy with that?
Should the title be preparation of a letter through you, Mr. Councillor Bowman? Correspondence to, like, just so that we've are saying what the correspondence is.
Sure.
Just for clarity and open and transparency in our minutes, and we go back to it.
I'd agree, and I also think it needs to have the title of where the letter's going to, because this is public record.
That's how I.
And to me, it's about transparency and about being a fair and due process, etc.
So I think it's correspondence to
Yes.
the Triple C.
Yeah.
Or correspondence in relation to that, yeah.
Yes, correct.
I'll just move, we lay that on the table till later in the meeting, but.
To move to put it on the
But
agenda.
move to put it on the agenda first, sorry.
So I'm going to just put the terminology now, it's Crime and Corruption Commission.
It's a CCC, sorry.
CCC.
Crime and misconduct has to come out, please. Crime and Corruption Commission is the actual title.
That again, the crime.
And Corruption Commission of Queensland. Yeah, that's right.
Is that council's intent at this time?
Sorry?
And highlighted in green, is that council's intent at this time?
First of all, I'd like to move that we add that extra item to the agenda. Add it to the, can we do that one here? No, the preparation letter in response to item 10.6 be added to the agenda. Do I have a second? I'll move that. Councillor Taylor?
Sure.
Oh,
Just for clarity, it probably should be item 10.6 of council's meeting, the 22nd of April.
oh, sorry, yeah, you'll have to say from the 20th.
Yeah, just because so people, we don't get confused between the two meetings.
Sorry, who was the seconder for that?
Councillor Taylor, sorry. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, I'll put it to the vote, and all those in favour? 8-0.
So councillors, we've added it to the agenda, laid on the table.
Now, I'll move,
Yeah.
I'll move that we lay it on the table for later in the meeting, to be considered later in the meeting. No need a second to do that, just all those in favour? 8-0. Okay, we'll
Yeah.
consider it in closed context.
It needs to be considered in closed
We've
session.
got to do a different thing now, when we get there though, don't we? I don't think, I don't think.
You could probably just use subsection H. Just so that it's clear that it'll be handled as part of the closed meeting.
No, just subsection,
Subsection H.
subsection H.
So, any other business for which a public discussion would likely to prejudice the interests of the local government of someone else or enable a person to gain financial advantage. Local government regulation, section 275H.
Subsection H, was it?
It's on page 12 there as well.
That's,
I didn't bring, I was supposed to use the mayor, but I didn't bring one. Okay, you want me to read that out?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I actually don't see how that's triggered for this drafting of the letter, as was previously discussed here in terms of being open and transparent. I don't understand what would be the justification to now put that into a closed meeting of council.
My thinking would be that if we're going to be having 9 or 8 people involved in setting up a recount, it's going to be testing your memory according to my memory to somebody else, and we want to keep it simple. So to me, it would be a matter of just having the closed meeting to make sure that we're accurate in what we're saying before then coming back and being moved and seconded and as signed off on as a true and accurate account of those relevant details leading up to and our response to the CCC. I think you'd need to do it in a closed meeting, because these were emails that were sent to each of us individually as councillors to respond to. We're taking the step of doing as a joint. To do it as open, we would do it individually, and you'd respond. We're trying to do it as a collective group.
Or just from my perspective, Deputy Mayor, my letter, the letter that I received wasn't addressed to me. Certainly, as it started, it was dear councillors, not dear councillor. Whilst it was individually addressed to me at the top, it was very clear that it was a letter that went to all of us.
Could I just make a suggestion that at the moment we're laying it on the table, I believe, so when we come to discuss it later in the day, that will be the time to, if someone wants to test the waters, to go into close. Okay.
I got the impression that the deputy mayor was going to write the letter and draft the letter and then bring it to the meeting.
Yes, that's correct. We'll get something worked out and then we'll discuss it, but any alterations that may be needed,
Yeah, well,
but
I'm happy with it. I don't see.
Can we just, in my opinion, just leave the open and closed for these later on for now?
And you moved a procedural motion to lay it on the table.
Lay it on the table as I've moved, so let's go with that. All those in favour of moving, laying it on the table? 8-0. So I don't think there's anything else I can discuss with that at this point, is there? laid on the table item? No, can't find the man.
Reason you give me that? Yeah, two conflicts.
Yeah, when we get to it.
No, we only when you get to it.
Yeah, sorry.
This was just the one here. You got it, really.
Okay, so we'll move on to the 30. Election of the Local Government Association of Queensland, LGAQ. Sorry, Councillor Rothman. Okay, 10.1, election of the Local Government Association of Queensland, LGAQ, Policy Executive District Number 5, ballot. We have a mover.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that council support Councillor Robin Furmeister in the election for the in the ballot for the Local Government Association of Queensland's LGAQ Policy Executive 2020 to 2024 for the district number 5 Southwest representative.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Just on that, to the mover and the seconder, are you going to add anything about photos and confirmation that the ballot has been sent away?
Yeah, sorry, I guess, Mr. Mayor, we should, for dot point 2, Maranoa, all our council has been presented with a copy, or provided with a copy of the final ballot.
Yep, and what about confirmation that the ballot's been sent?
Well, confirmation that the ballot has been sent, I guess, yeah,
and received.
Sent and received.
Is the seconder happy with that? Okay, is any opposition to the motion? Councillor Hancock, would anyone like to speak to the motion? Please go ahead.
I just don't understand how we have Councillor O'Neill nominated when we decided as a council that we would not nominate anyone. I don't understand, how does that happen? Can somebody tell me how it happened?
It's my understanding that the rules of the ballot is that the councillor has to be from one of the, I think, 6 councils, and the councillor has to be nominated from one of, it needs to be a councillor of one of those councils and nominated, but it doesn't say it has to be nominated from your own council.
So if we decided not to nominate, Councillor O'Neill has got another council to nominate him.
Well, it could have been that the other council decided to, so.
To nominate him.
Yeah, we don't know how.
We don't know how he got nominated.
No.
We'll never know how he got nominated.
I think it's in there, isn't it?
Councillors, I'm happy to circulate the supplementary information that I received, because I thought that all councillors have received.
Yeah, Mr Chairman, I thought there was a letter asking that, an email, I thought somewhere, that we got.
Yeah, there was.
And it's been circulated to all councillors explaining and providing clarification on that point.
That he was nominated by Courtney. I read that. But I want to know, did he ask to be nominated or did they want to nominate him? That's my question.
I don't think we've got the answer to that.
Councillor Taylor, that's a matter for that council. They nominated a particular person.
Okay, so we'll never actually know which way they went.
So the question was how, your initial question was, that you would put how councillor O'Neill put forward.
Yeah.
And the answer was that has been circulated to all councillors, and it was clarified who nominated councillor O'Neill in that correspondence that went around, and that clarified that it was the Quarterly Council that nominated.
So, in other words, when we decided not to give somebody else a chance, and apparently this lady has got 20 years of experience, she looks like she's eager for the job. So when we decided not to, we might as well not have bothered, really.
It's up to each council to decide who they would like to put forward, and then it's only where there's multiple candidates that it then goes to a ballot process. So it's not for this council to decide what other councils do. It's a matter for each council to put forward who they would like to represent the district. And then, as I said, if there is multiple, then that's when it goes to the vote.
But Julie, I'm assuming that if another councillor had nominated somebody who was not on their council, common courtesy would have been, or procedural, the right way to do it would have been to contact the councillor and say, we are nominating you, do you feel comfortable, or are you prepared to accept our nomination even though you are not a councillor on our council? And that would have given the...
So it's not for me, Councillor Guthrie, to enter into the debate.
Okay.
There was a question made that by Councillor Taylor in terms of that she didn't understand how Councillor O'Neill's name was put forward. I provided clarification. Councillor Burkett has clarified that yes, everyone did cite the email that provided the answer to that question. What happens from here is a matter of council.
Can I just ask a general question, please, Mayor? So if somebody's being nominated to be considered for the ballot, they would actually be informed that they would have the opportunity to either accept or decline that nomination?
Well, that whole process is run by the LGAQ, so we're not really involved with it. So all we know is, and the decision today is who to nominate from Maranoa Regional Council out of the two candidates that have been proposed, because there's more than one. If there's only one, it would just go straight through.
Can I just suggest something? Page 31 there, it just says Rule 5.4 of the Association's Constitutional Rules. So I think what Mayor Gallagher was talking about would be correct, and that is that's the statutory instrument that governs this. So I mean, basically, all the in the Constitution and so what you can and can't do. So probably need to get a copy of that and have a look at it, I think.
Okay, so we've, Councillor Taylor, have you finished speaking to the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Hancock, would you like to speak against the motion?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor. I would just like to acknowledge that whilst we did, as a council, vote not to put forward a nomination from our council, I'd like to acknowledge that a Corby council has put forward a nomination of Councillor O'Neill from our council. Now, obviously, they have done that because they see the value in the job that he's done previously and the relationships that he has made for the Southwest region within the position that he held previously. And also I'd like to acknowledge the fact that we have had residents who have took the time to put pen to paper and write to council regarding the situation and their support of having a local representation. And so with this in mind, I would just like to ask council to support, or I'm not asking council to, I would like to put forward that council supports one of our own councillors in the ballot, being Councillor O'Neill, and also supports the Corby Shire Council's nomination of Councillor O'Neill for the ballot.
I have a question. I don't have an answer, but by Councillor O'Neill accepting this position, has he ignored the intention of the council? Intention, maybe not the right word.
Yeah, I don't even have an answer for that, but I think we've just got to work on the motion that we've got to and test it, and if it doesn't pass, then we'll have another motion. So I think. Now, would anyone else like to speak to this? Does the mover wish to sum up?
No, thank you. I think we've had enough discussion anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if there's nothing further, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 7-1 if I call for division. Okay, moving on, we'll get Councillor O'Neill back. Okay, item 12.1, page 36, nomination of projects for funding under the Australian Government's Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program. Well, before we move anything, Officer Cameron, did you want to say anything on this?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I suppose the report I've presented to the council just provides consideration for the Australian Government Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program. I will confirm the recommendation provided does fall short of nominating a specific project. However, within the report itself, I have identified 3 potential options for council to consider. It does require a 50% contribution if council was successful. So I suppose I just wanted to present the report to council. There was projects there of interest that can be nominated under there, and if council was successful, it would be on a 50-50 contribution basis. That's the report.
I've just got a question. Obviously, some of these have more chance than others of probably getting up. Do you have any advice on which of these, if council do decide to support them, would have more chance, or what's your view on that?
It's very difficult to preempt what the federal government would. They've obviously provided us some guidelines as to what the program provides. I've outlined the size of the program in the report, which is the federal government funding implications, and that gives a little bit of an idea of how large the application to this program is. But it would be difficult for me to predict which one would be so just to confirm the red there is an allocation of 100.
And then what do you
So a total of 150 million has been provided and made available under the program. And as I said, it's competitively and comparatively assessed, so it's not a guarantee. That's a sort of program across the Australian.
Councillor Tinkle.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just noticed that we were unsuccessful in round 6, and the Romasow Yards Primaries Road extension was in there. Was there any feedback as to why that was unsuccessful?
Through Mr. Mayor, thanks, Councillor Hancock. We did approach the extract of it after that application. The feedback was that there was quite a lot of applications under that previous program. The other feedback was the submission sort of focused heavily more on the technical aspects of the works. So we'll take that on board if we were to resubmit and more focus on the some of the more non-tangible stuff as to the improvements that this might provide, as opposed to heavy on this is the work that will be delivered, more honing in on the benefits that it provides. So we've taken that on notice, and if you were to submit, we would definitely adjust. It wouldn't be just pulling the previous application and resubmitting.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the recommendation endorsed that a 50% co-contribution of the project budget is included in the 2020-21 budget. So that would tell, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we go ahead and put in for these projects, which I think are very worthy projects, we will have to ensure we put a 50% contribution in our budget. Is that correct? In line and in hoping we get the grant.
Yeah, so a couple of points there, Councillor. I'll draft the recommendation to provide the framework if the council wish to nominate a particular project. It would be a matter of putting up a project name in item 1 of the recommendation or projects. My recommendation also suggests that we do account for 50% contribution on the basis that the council is successful in the future. There is already an allocation to ultimately sign a funding agreement that is committing the council to 50% contribution. The risk of not doing that is if we become successful in that, 50% contribution once the budget is locked away, maybe more than
That's right, Mr. Mayor. So you're asking us to pick one project, or?
At the end of the day, Councillor Grant, it is up to council to nominate. Probably just need to appreciate there is time involved in preparing for these applications. So 3 applications would require a considerable amount of officers' time just to pull that together. But at the end of the day, it's a decision of council if they want to put 3 projects up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's right. So you go 1 or 3, and obviously some of the council realise there that sometimes we put up multiple projects. It's quite hard to get all of them up. Sometimes you increase the chances with single ones. But answering Councillor Mullen's question, that yes, no matter whether you go with 1, 2 or 3, you will have to actually look at setting aside your contribution.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, one's a little over $2 million, which is both projects need doing. But if we were to nominate that project today, that means we've got to find $1 million in our budget. Is that correct? If we're just using the scenario that Forestry Road, we would have to find $1 million in the budget. If it got up, that is.
Yeah, Councillor Grant, just so I clarify, Forestry Road was presented in a previous round and was unsuccessful. The 3 projects I've outlined in this particular report is Long Ridge Road Extension, Creek Street Amby, and also Port Barrier at Maranoa. But to answer your question, in terms of finding money, it's a reason why I haven't recommended a particular project, because this is a matter for council. If you were to, for example, select Long Ridge Road Extension with an estimated cost of $1.35 million, there would be a requirement come budget deliberations that a $650,000 application is needs to be accounted for in the budget. So at the end of the day, the project is the priority of the council, and this will be with the council.
I've just got one question. As far as safety, obviously Long Roads come up before. From the heavy vehicle side of it, do you have any sort of views on which is the most pressing out of it? There's obviously 3 projects. And the other question is, has there been an increase in the fund from last time? Or are we sort of on the same chance of
The 150 million is fairly consistent with what's in there. There is a lot of talk about additional stimulus packages because of COVID-19, and also using existing funding frameworks to bolster that rather than introducing brand new frameworks. So there is a chance that the allocation may be increased depending on what the Australian government do. In terms of the programs about productivity and safety combined, so the primary road extension definitely addresses productivity in terms of how the trucks access their own sales and how efficiently they can unload so that cattle aren't being held on trucks for long periods of time, which can obviously reduce what the cattle end up going to sales for. Amber Creek is probably more falling in the safer side than productivity, the heavy one, but it provides the road train access formally through into the southern regions around Springfield Road and that sort of stuff. And then the heavy vehicle one for Wonbilla was raised by a few residents there where a lot of vehicles are dropping dust inside the town of Wonbilla as they negotiate through the town. So it was important for me to at least bring that one to council's attention, whether it goes on this program or not. I think probably project 1 and 2 very much align with safety productivity. Project 3 also aligns in terms of providing the talk area. However, probably the more dominant outcome of that project is reducing dust in the town.
Councillor O'Neill.
Mr Mayor, I'll get the ball rolling. I'm happy to move that Council 1 submit an application under round 7 of the Australian Government's Heavy Vehicle Safety and Productivity Program for number 1, Roma Sayards Primary Road Extension. 2, endorse that a 50% co-contribution of the project budget is included in the 2020-21 budget. And 3, authorise the CEO to sign the submission form and any further agreements with the Australian Government as required.
Councillor O'Neill, I was just wondering, did you have any appetite to put in the AMBI project as a small project as well with it?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I'll second that motion. Is there anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Can I just make a suggestion, councillors? You're finding that there is sometimes ancillary documentation that needs to go with these sorts of projects, not just the funding agreement.
Yep.
So the council is open to it. Could we say, authorise myself to sign any supplementary documentation that may be required if the project is successful?
Is the mover happy with that?
I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with that.
And it could be a simple regulatory form.
Okay, so we have no one against the motion that I think I saw. So does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that I think it's really important that the Roma Sayards Primary Road Extension is the number 1 project that we're putting into this application. It will show the Australian Government that this is a worthy project, given that we did submit it in a previous round, albeit unsuccessful. But that is often the case with funding rounds, as we all know. I think this will continue to value add to what is our greatest asset, or one of our greatest assets in the region. And if it can tick the box in terms of making it more productive, in terms of offloading stock into the Sayards, as well as creating a far more safer environment, then I think it's a win-win for our community, and I look forward to the Australian Government supporting our application.
Councillor Edwards.
As a councillor, I'd like to ask, so we're actually voting on just putting the application in, is that correct? We're not voting on the actual design, development, concept, or is that a previous meeting or something? So what is the, I just need more information on the road, primary road extension, Creek Street Amby, is that, are we going to get additional information to pass this project, or is this just an application for the money? And we're proposing that these are the things that are going to be in item 1 or something.
Deputy Director, if you could just maybe provide a thumbnail sketch of the scope.
Yeah. Councillor, so on our point, just a short overview of each project in the office report there. So the primary road extension is to extend the primary road there and provide a secondary access into the road sales. It has been a project that has been discussed at the road sales advisory on occasions. It's to help at the moment the vehicles coming through the Warrior Highway have to do a full turn down the southern boundary of the sales before sort of entering the unknown base, obviously depending on the driver's side, so on the passenger side. So the extension project is all around about providing one-way out access. The design is 3/4 progressed. There would be some refinement, however, we're just mindful of committing too many resources to a project that we currently don't have funding. So the final design is not quite finished, but the concepts have been prepared based on feedback from the stakeholders. And in terms of Andy Road, similar there, our concept is understood because it's quite simple. It's a town street there. However, the design's not completed, and we generally will wait until we have confirmation of funding before committing resources to the design.
Thank you.
So just on that with Andy, the history of this, the councillors, is TMR did an upgrade of the highway and chopped off the access that used to be at the shop for all the trucks to go out there. So it's a really sort of poor design, I believe. So they took away heavy vehicle access to one side of Amby out to all the properties. So the secondary route is this, I believe this route, and is that correct?
It's an increase route, yes, the secondary route, and it's also one council's vehicle approved routes this route because heavy vehicles can no longer enter via Queen Street because of the super elevation that goes through Amby. As you appreciate, to try and drive over a banked corner with a heavy vehicle, very high travel truck, it can be quite risky, and it doesn't really align with typical design settings to be crossing the bank.
We also actually had a meeting with Main Roads to try to get it rectified in the first instance, so we wouldn't have to go to the expense of actually doing something. And there was no appetite for it, so didn't see it was a problem. Wouldn't do anything with it, so hence it's come back to council to try and find a solution.
Sorry, just while we're on the end, that section of road, situations with drainage from the same road design at the time. And if people in Amby have got issues, can they come through us to go through Main Roads, or they go directly through Main Roads?
We have regular meetings through Mr. Mayor with Main Roads, and I'm happy to do that.
It's just a drain since the last rain that they shifted culverts in the road. It has caused flooding in one area since then.
Again, through Mr. Mayor, we've had residents come to us with Main Roads concerns before, particularly in your bar as well. We've certainly so I'll be on their behalf, but certainly raise those issues with Main Roads. We have a regular meeting with them, so
I just put a request in for that.
Yeah. Just also your question there. So really, I believe we would be committing to the 50%, which we'd have to put into the budget. Probably good practice to do that. It may or may not be needed again. So just so you know, we're sort of committing to it.
Mr. Graham, could I maybe suggest as well that we put the actual dollar amounts within the resolution, just for transparency?
Yep.
So the primary road extension, the estimated cost of 1.35 million. And then the Amby one, 315,000.
Okay.
And then just also clarification with the 50% contribution, co-contribution, if that's all right, which is equivalent to 675,000 for Parliament's Road and 157,500. And then that way anyone picking up the minutes will more easily see those projects.
I'm happy with those changes.
Yeah, happy with that.
Mr. Mayor, I've got one final question, sorry, just one final. This Amby project, because I'm not familiar with that, just Are we bypassing Amber? Are we offering a bypass?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a back street
Yeah.
that should have been bitumened, and you also have a resident that you'll see a report coming forward is very upset about the dust caused from this, because all the heavy trucks never used to go there. So it's a win-win on a couple of levels if it is supported.
Thank you.
Sorry, Helen, could I just,
That's what they have concerns with the noise.
675,000 for primaries.
Sorry, is this in point 2? That's this one here is wrong, yeah.
No, sorry. So,
Just trying to read the report.
yeah, so the primaries rate in point 1, the 1.35 million is correct, and then the ambi one is 675,000. Yeah. And then down at the 50% in point 2, the primaries road extension is 675,000, and the ambi one is 157,500.
And just in point 1, after Creek Street, Amby, where it's got 675, that should be 315,000.
Yeah.
Just after Amby there, Kel, on in point 1, last line, that figure should be 315,000.
That's better, sorry, thank you.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, inflation.
And then you could probably include dollar amounts in it.
And then just the dollar sign in front of the 1.35 to account. Thanks. We're happy with that, Deputy Director Cameron?
Okay, mover and seconder is happy by the look of it. Anyone else wants to speak to this motion before we go to the vote? Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Item 12.2, page 44. Master Builders Awards nomination of Roma Sayard's multi-purpose facility. I've got a question. Have we ever had a report on if there's any issues outstanding as far as build and so forth for this project, or was even thinking about laying on the table to the next meeting just in case we get notice?
So, the project is currently under what's described as a defect liability period. So there is defects that were identified at the time of what they call practical completion, when the building is fit for use. There's been some cracking in the concrete forecourt identified, which I'd circulated an email to what was now the previous council, but I'm more happy to recirculate that one to the current council. We are aware of the cracking, having a look at it. We've also engaged the local engineering firm, the individual design, just to assess the cracking in this forecourt to understand what may be the cause of it before we race into identifying a rectification or solution there. So, one thing I did stress in the email to the council at the time was this is very much footpath style concrete cracking. It's not structural and it's not to be concerned with, such as piers or foundations. It's just essentially a location where it's a stable ground that we're just investigating. So yeah, the comment in relation to laying on the table to the next meeting, the applications do close late this month.
The 22nd of May.
Yeah, well, the reason it's come to this meeting is that we've gone forward the ability for council to consent prior to the application process.
With the research about that, Mr. Mayor, though, just the previous council did the inspection and walkthrough, and sent an email around just so you may notice these things don't need to be concerned about it, but it'd be probably beneficial for you to circulate to the council as well, so we'll say.
I suppose we all certainly work closely with all sale managers, just to make them aware that it is something that we're working through and that. I won't hide, it's not ideal, but it's not something that I'm overly concerned about at this stage, and we'll work through what that looks like. So understanding whether it's a workmanship issue, whether it's a design issue or anything, we just got to be cautious not to jump to conclusions as to what the issue, what the actual causation issue is, and just work through that authority to make sure that it's there. So when you look at the overall scale of the project of that nature, it's a very small component of it.
Another question, does it mean that if we agree to this, does that mean that we're putting the project up, or we're just allowing someone else to put it up, that was the builder?
Mr. Mayor, this request has come from Jay Hutchins, who the master builders' applications are for builders to put projects up for, generally not the owners of the asset. So Jay Hutchins has approached council as an eligible applicant to put a project on. So to answer your question, council today, as per the recommendation, would be consenting to Hutchinson's preparing an application, not Maranoa Regional Council submitting an application to master builders. Because from what I understand is council is not in the building industry themselves, so we would probably count for their project directly.
Okay, so any other questions? Councillor Edwards.
So funding bodies there, it says, building our region, BOR, page 46, will be notified if council endorses the entry. Building better regions fund, BVFR, will be notified if council endorses the entry. Doesn't that in some way say that we're endorsing it? Like, are we saying that it's, like, are we actually holding ourselves out to sort of saying that the whole thing's okay? Or, no, I don't know, whether, you know, that's,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. What we're stating there, Councillor Edwards, is we're entering into funding agreements with either the state, federal government, or others, generally requirement to notify them of any media opportunities or other opportunities. So what we're saying here is if council endorses it, we would make notification to the relevant funding agencies to say that I think I've got a direction from the council that we are endorsing an application of the master builders, and it's not for anything endorsement. This is an action that the officer will take in due course if it was supported.
So, yeah, I'm just wondering if there's not another wording that can sort of approve it without endorsing it, you know, because a bit of angst about some of the building issues, but permit,
Approve.
yeah, I think permit's good.
we don't know the full extent of it. Like, how long ago was it built? You know, when did the thing go up? Sorry.
The building was completed in December 2019. Yep, and it was officially opened at the time Australia.
But just on that, just for all the council to know, there was a lot of, Councillor O'Neill, you'd be aware of the funding. Would you be able to explain to the new council the amounts of funding that came from the federal and state, if you don't mind?
Oh yeah, it's probably worth a full briefing on the project. I'm hesitant to say this, but we're probably starting to ask questions that aren't related to the actual matter that's before us. But in terms of the funding, round figures, it was over an $8 million project. 3.9 came from the Commonwealth Government, 3.7 came from the state government, and so they have been major partners in this project, and that's why they will be included in this report, because under those funding arrangements, we are required to let them know if a media release goes out, and clearly this may have some positive outcomes for everyone involved if, in fact, this was to be approved today and ultimately this project was to win. But given that there are questions about the project, it's probably worthwhile getting a full briefing, given it was a major investment on everyone's behalf in the previous term of council. But Mr Mayor, if you're looking for a mover, I'm happy to move that council permit the submission by J. Hutchinson Builders Proprietary Limited for the entry of the Roma Sayeds multi-purpose facility in the 2020 Downs and Western Region Master Builders Awards in the category Community Service Facilities / Tourism and Leisure Facilities up to 10 million. And secondly, authorise the CEO or delegate to sign the owner's authorisation form required for the submission.
I'll second that motion.
Sorry, I just wanted to check that.
Right. Would you like to speak to the motion? Is there any opposition to the motion? If you may wish to speak to the motion.
Mr Mayor, thanks very much. As I just highlighted a few moments ago, this was a significant investment by 3 levels of government, and the feedback that I've received from the stakeholders that have invested, but also the stakeholders that use the facility, is that it's breathed a new life into what is a major asset for our region. And if Hutchinson Builders are excited to nominate it in an awards, I think we shouldn't stand in their way, and wholeheartedly support the resolution to permit them to do as such.
I'll speak to the motion. Yeah, I'm certainly supporting the motion. I understand there's some angst in the community about some issues that we have been briefly briefed on. However, I think we need to be respectful of the funding partners that have put a large amount of money, state and federal, into this project. And because of that, I'm happy with the motion to permit the submission. Would anyone else like to speak for or against the motion? We'll go to the vote then. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I call for extension. Okay, moving on. Item 13.1, Easter in the Country Sponsorship 2020. Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council uphold the request to the Easter in the Country Committee for the sponsorship arrangement for 2020.
We have a seconder?
I'll second it, just with a question to the mover. To what figure?
Oh, sorry, yes. I guess that should go into the, yes. In the body of the report it says $15,000. Could we, I suggest we move that into the resolution. I should have put that in there, sorry.
So is the second happy with
I'm happy with that, Chair.
Any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No. Oh, Mr Mayor, I'd just like to say, I think if council didn't uphold the sponsorship, East in the Country Committee could fail. I don't know for sure, but I know they've been lumbered with some costs. Whilst they didn't get reimbursements, they have credits for next year, but the media and all that, but marketing and that, they can't get a credit on marketing and that. So.
Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor O'Neill first.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I concur with the Deputy Mayor. By council considering this and hopefully supporting honouring the $15,000 sponsorship from the 2020 event, it will allow East of the Country to continue. This is a major draw card for our region. I hope that with the easing of restrictions, we see an event of this size happen in 2021, and we need to give East of the Country and their committee all the support we can to make sure that happens. So I'm very happy to do a second motion.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor McMullen, I'm just wondering whether you would consider just putting the word cash sponsorship arrangements of 2020. Just in the body of the report, there was cash and in kind, and they did state that we didn't need it in kind, but just for full transparency, maybe just add that word.
Payment of $15,000.
If we, to be paid the original cash sponsorship.
Cash sponsorship, not a problem.
I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Mr Mayor, can I just a question? This new, I've never been into the new sale yards, the new construction out there, but the kitchen, so it's obviously not big enough if they've got to buy in a commercial kitchen or hire in, this is not a real big...
Can I make the suggestion that, with what I suggested before, Mr Mayor, a full briefing on the
Just think
sale, that be included, because that, Councillor, but there's we'll put a couple of hours away to have a full briefing, I'd imagine, on this particular matter.
Happy with that.
To what it is, in terms of briefing on site, one day I know all the councils actually being out there as well, as the COVID-19 restrictions there, to have a look at there as well.
Councillor Burke, are you happy with that?
Yeah, no,
Inside this motion?
I'm happy with that, yeah.
Right. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the motion or against the motion? Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Sorry, Justine, the new council there, Justine, is our coordinator of tourism. She's based out at Vigory with 13, so she oversees our work tourism. So proposed to name councillors. Thanks, Justine.
Rob? Okay, moving on to 13.2. COVID-19 update for Maranoa Local Disaster Management Group. I'll move that this report be that Council receive and note the officer's report as presented. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition to the motion? Does move to speak to the motion? Certainly do. It's been an extremely challenging time, and I'd like to thank the staff that have been involved with the response as far as council, and especially the Deputy CEO and Director Rob, which has spent an enormous amount of time trying to keep the community safe, and I think thanks very much for everyone in council helped to do that, so thank you. Would anyone wish to speak to the motion? Against? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 89. Request for sponsorship. I do have a question here, just for, in case of conflicts and that, and I don't know how we can do this in open, but do we know who the people are in this? Because there's not a lot of detail about who the people are in this, in case someone's got a conflict. Does anybody know?
I was assuming that it was associated with the Mitchell Show Society or something, that this is their alternative.
Should know.
There was no names given anywhere in here that I read.
Well, the whole. We can lay it on the table later in the meeting. Well, just in case we've got a conflict, vote.
I don't think it is the Show Society, it's Maranoa Arts Gateway. I think it's another group.
Yeah, it's not the Show Society.
I'll move that this lay on the table till later in the meeting for more information. All those in favour?
No.
No, so 9-0.
Just with that, Mr Mayor, I just had another question. I just
Oh,
they
yeah,
might
sure.
be able
Would
to
you like to ask
do
the question now? I don't.
Yeah, is that a problem?
Okay.
Madam CEO, I've just got another question that might need some information.
Yeah.
That's fine, they'll give us time to look for it.
Yeah, I just thought that. So my question was that provide the financial, in the officer's recommendation, that to provide the financial support of the requested cost of $500 to be allocated to council sponsorship budget, and that we have that number, but later in the report it says that there's not there's not enough funding in that, and so I'm just wondering whether we've got the right GL to go with the, to be able to have all the funding if council decides to vote on that.
Yeah. Three.
I have a commitment to the recommendation.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably your answer there.
Yeah.
So is the information that'll come back is, who are the members of the Maranoa Arts Gateway Incorporated? So they're obviously an entity, which I'm not familiar with. So we'll actually get, you're after a list of who those members are?
In case we've got conflict. Okay, so we've laid that one on the table. So 13.4, page 109. 13.4, successful funding application under Resource Recovery Industry Development Program, Roma Waste Facility Ring Road Project. Rob, do you have anything you wanted to add to this, to the new council?
Councillors, sorry, so Bob Campbell too, Bob coordinates our waste in the Maranoa region. This project we have put up twice previously. This is to do with the Roma waste facility. Involves a new ring road, separate disposal area, a concrete push pit. Rubbish loaded up into the push pit, we can compact it up. Council actually had funded this in the previous budget, and we put in for further application for a roof, a big shed over the and a 50-50 contribution as well. So we held on to the ring road money last financial year in the hopes we could actually get the funding for the shed. And that was, fortunately, that wasn't announced until February, March last year, which didn't give us enough time to actually do the ring road. So we rolled it over this financial year. There was funding bucket came available again, which we put in for. It's a 50-50 contribution, which means that we've gone and spent our money on the ring road up front. We would be making ourselves ineligible for the shed, so we've been holding off. Again, this one was supposed to be announced some time ago, but with the local government elections, like a lot of the funding was held back. So we were successful this time. This report's obviously granted permission for the CEO to sign the application. We've done the design. Cameron's team has done the design. A lot of engineering for that concrete trench we're going to construct. We've got concept plans for the roof over it. So residents will drive in. There'll be a ring road there, additional ring road, separate the waste area out. We've got a concrete push pit under the roof area. We use machinery to clean it and push it. And it just basically keeps the residents separate from where we actually the landfill site. Make it safer, a bit more professional.
Yeah, I guess that it actually, with the ring road part, it actually helps us with our compliance with legislation as well. Changes to the legislation so we can improve our compliance in that legislation, and it'll increase our recycling component of what we put out there at the moment to increase the levy by increasing that.
The sort of levy that Bob mentioned there, the state introduced a waste levy or a tax where we have to pay $75 a tonne. And obviously we collect that tax on behalf of the state. So domestic stuff we don't charge the residents as they come in for. What the state does, they actually look at how much rubbish we produced for the previous year, and they say, okay, we'll give you a payment of $75 per tonne that you produced, and then you basically pay us back. So it offsets the domestic stuff. For all the commercial, we've got to charge across the way reasons for that separation. It's been just in terms of the project, there's a lot of work in the design that's all ready to go, and your team's delivering the actual construction that you do with the health council. Now they've got the money and the time frames.
Yeah, no problem. That mentioned through this man. The project, as you appreciate, the waste has been changing quite significantly over the last year and a half. So we have taken a couple of iterations to the design and the layout, very heavily around the use of the weighbridge. So we've, as of yesterday, we've sent through the final review documents to have it. we're expecting the final designs to be locked in within the next fortnight, and then go to competitive tender. We're aiming by the end of this month so that we can get it to start to get some pricing for the construction and anticipate it going away. So that's where we're up to with that. So it is a project that I feel there is possible local opportunity for construction. We've got shed manufacturing and also concrete construction. So it will be one that we'll put out open tender and we'll see what we can. We've looked at Ring Road because it's essentially civil road construction. It does lend itself to probably the council delivering that component of the works. The more the concrete and building construction being something that will be tendered out.
Is it possible to break up the packages if there is, a component there, or do you just really need the building and then the bitumen will be possibly done by council, as you said?
Yeah, it's probably broken down as much as reason. Unlike something like the netball courts where there was separate concrete versus a obvious, the shed is intricately linked to the concrete slab, so I think it would expose us to a considerable amount of risk to separate them components. So, yeah.
Just on that, councillors too, for the new council, I'm sure you're probably all aware, but the state government put a levy in on waste, and now we're charged as a percent on all waste that's delivered except for household. We get a rebate or a credit or whatever for the amount of households. So yeah, it's a big change that's happened, and we're obviously dealing with that change. And further west, councils I don't think were involved. There's no levy, but we were sort of one of the councils on the edge of it, as far as my memory serves me. So it is a challenge for us how we move forward as we're paying for that, and the people are paying for it. Any other questions?
Do you mind if we do the same thing with this resolution and
Yep.
associated documentation, and we'll get into the habit of doing
Yep.
that going forward?
Okay, would anyone like to move on this motion? Councillor McMullen.
Mayor, I move that council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to sign funding agreements as required.
And associated project
And
documentation, if that's okay.
And associated projects and documentation.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, we have a seconder for that. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Just as Director Rob said, it's been laid on the table for a while. It'd be good to get it up and running, get it built and up and running. Yeah.
Okay, well, if there's nothing else, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Just wondering whether we should break for morning tea.
Page 172 is the last.
172, thank you. Okay, so item 1.1, request to purchase a new broom for Maranoa racetrack. Councillor Ladbrook is leaving the room tonight. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting.
Mr. Mayor, before I second it, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Of the Director Rob. Rob, is this already something in process already for this, or this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously the manager actually did see the report in the agenda, so it started to do a bit of research on there, and if you don't mind, I'll just read the emails she used to actually send me there. The broom at Pest Park is quite old, steel frame brooms, front and back and across in the middle. It's approximately 2.8 by 2.6 wide. Craig brought up at the last Turf Club meeting that perhaps we better have a wider one, so that it would be quicker to broom on race day and advantageous from our normal use throughout the week. It can't be too wide, then it will not fit through gateways. He was going to approach Laurie Sheen to make a bigger frame, ensure the measurements, and thought perhaps council could supply and replace the brooms when needed. I've attached some photos, but we can prepare a report on that. Now, we have started to do work on that already.
Yeah, so just for councillors, this enables a report to be done, and they can go through all the issues, for instance, can't be too wide and all the rest of it.
I just have a question.
Sure.
If you don't mind. When we bring reports like this to the table, do we get a letter, a request from the Roma Turf Club or a copy of their meetings to go with the report to show that the community group has, put it through a meeting?
Yeah, one of the people in the Turf Club actually, contacted me. I contacted them when I heard about it, and they put a CR, and I wanted to get it moving because it's a crucial thing to happen, and so that's why I did a council report. But normally, if there was a letter, it would be to the back, so it might have been done in a bit of a rush. But I'm hopefully, if we can have the report, that the CR is
attached just for that. So we don't get in a situation where some people might know about it and some people don't within a club.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I've moved the motion. Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, so that is the finish of the open agenda of the. So we might break for morning tea. Half an hour at 11 p.m. 11 a.m. So back at 11:30. 29 minutes. Like we've done the open, so I think we should go into the closed agenda. First, we'll do the late separately, so I haven't had a chance to read all of it. So, Councillor Hancock, do you have a declaration you'd like to make?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a declaration. I declare that I have a conflict of interest in the matter of item C.7, Council News, May edition. As I don't have a conflict with the news letter, but as it states in the report that will be posted in my family own a post office, I'm going to deal with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this is discussed and voted on.
That's cool, thank you. What number was that?
C.7. C.7, Council News.
Councillors, the reason for the inclusion is because it is a new council and we're keen to understand the types of things that council would like to communicate, sort of more about content. But it's certainly to err on the side of caution.
Thank you, Mr.
And and did you do one for the voluntary bulletin? Is that in the same issue?
It's not mentioned in the report about.
No, just for your own, I like to try and keep it safe.
I really appreciate it.
Just in case you had one, that is, does that take its place? It's up to you, whatever you want to do.
Can I just have a moment to read that?
You know, as we go down the line, you might want to get advice, and you get advice that you don't have a conflict, or whatever the deal is. Yeah. But it's safer being one way.
Yeah.
Till you check it.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, even though it doesn't say anywhere in here about postage, it's about a tender application. Yeah. I would rather urge on the side of options. I will also declare that I have a conflict of interest in the matter of C.8 of the voluntary bulletin. Even though I don't have a direct conflict with the voluntary bulletin, the distribution of the voluntary bulletin via post office, I might have a conflict. So I'll be dealing with this declared conflict of interest by leaving the meeting while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Yeah, sure.
I just checked with our communications person. The distinction is that the council news is something that we do internally and then we make those decisions about posting, whereas the voluntary bulletin is completely outsourced and those decisions are made separate by separate entity. So that might help inform any advice that you get into the future.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, before we move on, just item C24, which is the establishment of cadetship. I just want to declare a conflict of interest in this matter as an entity of which I am a non-executive director is referenced in the report. And so whilst it's not directly pertaining to the recommendation, given that it is referenced, I wish to declare it, but I believe that I can stay in the room and vote on this matter, but I will put to council that decision.
Okay.
What number is that, councillor?
It's C24, page 526.
Okay, so we've got a vote on that one then. Does anyone wish to move motion on that?
I'll move, Mr Mayor, that Councillor O'Neill does not have either a real conflict of interest or perceived conflict of interest in the matter and is accordingly free to participate in the meeting while the matter is discussed, included by voting on the matter. You've got the right one. Down right there.
Yep. And just a question on that. The people that the connection you have has nothing to do with ending up with the training or anything like that.
Well,
double check. Yeah.
Well, it doesn't appear to be. It doesn't appear to be. They just are referenced in part of the background.
It'll be LGAQ.
Sorry, what was that question?
I was just saying, is USQ the possible, they could probably go anywhere.
For me, you're talking about?
Oh, no, I'm just asking in general for the staff. Does anyone know about?
I think I have
Yeah.
a person to come.
But I'm referring to point 3, dot point 3 under background.
State declaration till later in the meeting because it's
My declaration's right.
So you
I've declared it. There's a live motion. Councillor McMullen's moved.
Did you
We haven't had a second to that, I don't know.
No.
Did you want to wait until we get more information? Councillor McMullen, just.
we could do it as no vote taken
Okay. Well,
until we get to properly inform the other councillors. Are you happy with that?
okay.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm happy with it, yeah, I mean, it's other people, I mean, everyone else.
We'll do the vote a little bit later, eh? Is that all right?
Mr Mayor, can I ask the intention of these reports? Are we going to go into close and go through the lot, or just tackle them as we go into close?
Yeah, go to close. We go there now. Someone's happy.
I'll move to go into close then.
We have a second.
Say something special now, haven't we?
Councillor Burke.
We've got to say something legally.
Just as the council said in accordance with those sections.
So have you got the section there?
Sorry, councillor, I think you're thinking about conflicts, but councillor O'Neill has foreshadowed that we just need to get one little piece of information to inform the other councillors. So we won't deal with the conflict just yet, but we'll come out and deal with that one because it is quite a distance into the closed agenda. We'll come out and deal with it.
That's correct.
$275, is that?
Yeah, so it's up on the screen.
Yeah.
This is what that,
Okay, that's right. Thank you.
and they're all
That's what I
the
said.
items referenced in the agenda.
Righto, and do we have a second? Did we get a second for that? Yes, councillor Burke, that's right. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
This will be item LC5.
As soon as Jane gives us a go ahead for the, we're
Right. So we'd started LC4 though. Phil?
Are you going to go to that one first?
We've got to do both now.
Okay, so which one are you going to start
Okay,
with?
LC4.
I'll move it. Because at the moment you've just come out of closed.
Yep.
So do you want to do LC4 next?
Oh.
Whatever works for you.
Whatever
Kelly.
easy, Kelly, you
can be
the minutes.
Okay, well. Okay, LC5, seeing you there, Kelly. Subject heading Chief Executive Officer, contract preparation of letter.
It is LC5.
Yeah, Chief Executive Officer, contract preparation of letter of response. What's
It just
no,
says,
that's, no,
Oh,
that's
it's
the other
different,
one, yeah. Okay,
Looks like this one here.
so,
It could be preparation of letter of response and just remove the rest.
No, that need.
Oh,
Because I've just pre-prepped this because we didn't actually have an item flagged in the agenda.
We talked about it saying correspondence letter to,
LC5,
as a heading.
I've got my other papers with me.
It was on the table.
LC5
Director Rob.
was never put on the, it wasn't on the agenda.
We've added it to the agenda earlier today.
Earlier on in the day.
it came in an envelope like this just as we sat down.
Right, okay, so I think LC4 again.
Just so we're clear, that's the next matter.
Yeah. LC5 was, this was LC4.
That's LC4.
LC5 is one that came about after the withdrawal of the motion.
Correct.
Well, it had to be addressed anyway.
The letter of correspondence to the CCC.
Okay, so we're on LC5, Chief Executive Officer, contract preparation of letter of response. Do I have a mover?
I just, the title, just to be clear, preparation of response,
Okay.
because there's two different things on the table. To be clear, preparation of letter of response to the crime.
Oh, okay, right, Crime and Corruption Commission.
I'll probably get the first phone call and the other doctor.
Okay, everyone happy with that then?
Yeah.
Councillor Berger, are you going to move? Were you?
Yeah, I'll move that. So do you want me to read that out or just the first bit? The council endorsed the following letter of response regarding the received request from the Crime and Corruption Commission as follows. Do I read the whole letter?
Probably should, I think.
I'll look at it here. Dear Mr McSporran, we are writing to you as Council of the Maranoa Regional Council who have received emails on Monday the 11th of May 2020 individually regarding complaint regarding proposed action in relation to the Chief Executive Officer's contract. At Council's ordinary meeting held on Wednesday the 13th of May 2020, the following motions were tabled: that item number 10.6 of Council meeting of 22nd of April 2020, minutes attached, be taken from the table. That in relation to the item number 10.6 of Council meeting of the 22nd of April 2020, Council consents to the motion taken from the table described in the Council meeting's minutes of the 22nd of April 2020 as resolution number OM/04.2020/10 being withdrawn. Yours sincerely, Councillor G.B. McMullen, Deputy Mayor, Maranoa Regional Council.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Councillor Edwards? Is there any opposition to the motion? Anyone like to speak to the motion?
No.
Okay, I'll put it to the vote. 8-0. LC4, Contract Matter, Chief Executive Officer. Do I have a mover?
So the mayor can't come back in for this one, eh?
Well, no. Do I have a move? Anyone wish
I
to?
can move it.
Councillor Taylor? Can you read it off the screen?
So just, I accept the variation of proposal by the Chief Executive Officer, including the next performance review date of the 18th of November 2020. Authorise the Mayor to sign the variance on behalf of Council.
Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second.
Councillor Guthrie? Any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Anyone else like to speak? I'll put it to the vote then. 8-0. So we can ask the others all to come back now.
Go back in when they come in.
Yeah, that's good.
That's right.
That's yours, Jeff.
Oh.
Bring it over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Liz.
C1. You can start right at the beginning.
C1, Kelly. C1. Okay, we're on to C1. COVID-19 expanded support package with articulated natural gas customers. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 endorse no gas disconnections for non-payment until the 31st of July 2020, waive connection fees for small businesses, commercial customers that have ceased operation until the 31st of July 2020, pause all debt recovery for outstanding gas accounts until the 31st of July 2020, remove all minimum charges for small businesses, commercial customers only charging consumption until the 31st of July 2020, review domestic customers on a case-by-case basis for removal of minimum charges where they can demonstrate they are in financial hardship due to COVID-19 and are unable to receive assistance through the Queensland Government Home Energy Emergency Assistance Scheme. Review the support package in accordance with any further advice received from the Australian Energy Regulator. And 7, issue a letter reminding customers of what assistance is available to unpaid customers after due date of current accounts.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Yeah, Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to the motion? Does move wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C2, page 23. C2, reconsider application for community organisation concession assessment number 1400087. We have a mover. Councillor McMillan.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that Council grant the applicant a concession Class B concession in accordance with the community organisations rates and charges, rebates and concessions policy effective from the 1st of July 2019.
So, Councillor McMullen, are you interested in putting into the motion something about letting them know of the commercial rentals change?
Yeah, what was the
and point 2, request they advise council of any if their commercial arrangements change.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We put rental in there so they understand what they're talking about.
Commercial rental arrangements change.
The rental or lease, or doesn't matter, same thing.
Okay, so we've got a seconder for that. I'll second that. Is there any opposition to the motion? I think that's a good point. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Yeah, you can ask the question.
I did say that. Would you put rental slash lease?
Is the mover happy with that? Rental slash lease?
Not a problem.
Not a problem. I'm happy with it. So that's the motion now. Rental slash lease. Thank you. Okay, there's no one else wants to speak. We're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 97. C3, application for community organisation concession assessment number 13002852. Do we have a mover?
I'm happy to move it.
Yes, Councillor Guthrie.
I would like to move that the council grant the applicant a concession Class C concession in accordance with the community organisations rates and charges, rebates and concessions policy effective from the 1st of January 2020.
And we add that in?
I'm happy also to have the additional when council undertakes its annual review, requests that the applicant then advise the council of any changed circumstances.
So is that for that motion?
I didn't think it was actually.
I think that's where
Yeah.
that was going to be the other one. I looked up at the other one and there was nothing there, so I thought I had it wrong.
Yeah, it's on the wrong one.
Yeah.
I think this is in June,
This is
probably
a
have
new
a
money, but
change.
it's not going to change it.
No.
So we're just going back to the original you read out?
Just to my original, please.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Ladbroke, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No, I'm good, thank you.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Page 126, C4. C4, COVID-19 expanded support packages rates. I would like to resolve that Council resolve to extend the current pause on external debt recovery, all outstanding rates and charges to the 31st of July 2020. Resolve to waive all interest payable between 26th of February 2020 and 31st of July 2020 on overdue rates or charges for all rateable land within the Council's local government area, estimated to be valued at approximately $105,000. Number 3, write to all ratepayers with overdue rates and charges, advising them as a part of the Council's COVID-19 support package that Council will consider resolving to grant them a concession pursuant to section 121B of the local government regulation by way of an agreement to defer payment of current rates and charges to the 31st of December. So that's December, not July. I wonder why that's 21. So I'll go with 31st of December 2021, where number 1, they apply for such a concession and produce evidence satisfying the Council that payment of the rates and charges will cause hardship to them due to the impacts of the current COVID-19 public health emergency in terms of section 120(1)(c) of the local government regulation 2012. B, will work with the ratepayer on a flexible payment schedule as part of an agreement that the ratepayer will be required to enter into as a condition of the grant of any such concession, providing for the current rates and charges and all future rates and charges to be paid in full by the scheduled periodically, by scheduled periodic, I'll get to it in a minute, installments by 31st of December 2022 at the latest. I was actually saying periodical up there in the end. Yes. Yeah, so one is actually December, actually I will change them both to 2022. Thank you. And the first, which is part A, and that. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? Councillor O'Neill. I'll speak to this motion. I certainly believe there's things that we can do to support the rate base, and I do not believe that recovery will be a straight line up, and I do believe that we need to be in there supporting ratepayers, and it's my resolve in this term of council to reduce the overdue rates to the lowest rate that we have seen in Maranoa Regional Council's time, and that's been done by working with people. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I do this by starting off saying that I fully support 1, 2, 3 of the recommendation. It's in fact the time frame that I wish to speak against. I think pushing these payment arrangements out to December of 2022 is just far too long a time frame, and will put undue pressure not only on the individuals, because there will be ongoing, incurring of rates as we head towards the next 2 years as the time frame dictates. But it will have an impact on council as well, and our ability to be able to service the community that have elected us. So, as I say, I fully support an initiative to combat the impact of COVID-19. I just think that the time frame out to December of 2022 is just far too long, and I think it's going to cause undue pressure on the individuals that we are seeking to help.
Would anyone else like to speak for the motion or against the motion?
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to speak.
Sure.
And just ask a question. Are we asking residents to show financial hardship?
Yes.
We are, okay,
Correct.
thank you.
If there's no one else wants to speak, I'll sum up.
Oh, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to point 3A of the time frame of the 31st of December 2022 that you put to initially July of 2021.
You're moving to change the amendment to...
I'm moving an amendment to change the date from the 31st of December 2022 to July of 2020 in Part A, 3A and Part
21.
3B. Yeah, 21. Yeah. July of 21.
Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Hancock, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against?
Compromise in the middle.
So that's lost 2-7. Okay, so I'll just sum up. So I'd just like to point out to everyone that this is the maximum date. We will be obviously encouraging anyone if they can pay it off quicker. I know that people will do it. No one wants to have an outstanding debt. So if they do need to pay it off quicker, they will. But if they're in that position now, we've given some flexibility. And also, as far as I'm aware, every 6 months, it's actually, these payments are calculated to pay the rates as they go. So this is actually, I believe, less pressure on the ratepayers. And this is only if they need it. So we are definitely not saying with this motion that you must take to 2022 to pay your outstanding debt. It's only if you have to. And in the last term of council, I've seen situations where this was needed and would have been very beneficial if it was available. So on that note, we'll go to the vote.
Mr Mayor, can I ask, I'll ask through you as chair first that you take a vote on the items individually.
No, well, I think we'll do it as one, so what do we do then?
Well, I'll move a procedural motion, Mr Mayor, that we, council resolve to vote on each individual item in seriatim.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
It's a procedural motion.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? So we'll do the vote again. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 5-4 to deal with them, if I can call for a division, to deal with them individually. Okay, point number 1. Resolve to extend the current pause on external debt recovery, all outstanding rates and charges to 31st of July 2020. So all those that are in favour?
That's each point we're doing.
point one, that was.
Yeah, point one.
Yeah, that's 2020, that's this year.
Yeah, but that was in, that's,
Okay, 2021. Yeah, whatever.
So this is actually just a pause on debt recovery to July 2020. Okay, let's do it again. So does everyone understand that?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
Yeah. All those in favour? 9-0. Point number 2, resolve to waive all interest fees, all interest payable between 26th of February 2020 and 31st of July 2020 on overdue rates or charges for all rateable land with the council's local government area, estimated to be valued at approximately 105,000. So we'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour? 9-0. Point number 3, right to all ratepayers with overdue rates and charges, advising them as part of Council's COVID-19 support package. The Council will favourably consider resolving to grant them a concession pursuant to section 121B of the local government regulation by way of an agreement to defer payment on current rates and charges to the 31st of December 2022, where they apply for such a concession and produce evidence satisfying the council that the payment of rates and charges will cause hardship to them due to impacts of the current COVID-19 public health emergency in terms of section 121C of the local government regulation 2012. Okay, we'll go to the vote on that. All those oh, well, I didn't originally, so I could, what did I say originally?
You just said will consider.
Yeah, not favourable.
Not favourable because
Right,
we're
so I'll just say we'll consider. Okay, we'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour? All those against? So it's 6-3, if I can call for a division. Okay, now B, we'll work with the ratepayer on a flexible payment schedule as part of an agreement that the ratepayer be required to enter into a condition of the grant of any such concession, providing for the current rates and charges and all future rates and charges to be paid in full by scheduled periodical instalments by 31st of December 2022. We'll go to the vote on that. All those in favour? All those against? 6-3 if I can call for a division.
Who was against on that one?
Councillor O'Neill, Hancock and Burkett. Okay, moving on.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can we just back up? I just want to make sure that I've got that correct. So the motion before, I'm just trying to work out if you split this particular.
Yeah, 3.
A was done as one motion,
Right, thank you.
B was done as a subsequent motion, and the votes were the same.
You're right, Matt. Thank you. Well, we did each number separately, but the vote on the last two was the same as. Yeah. Councillor O'Neill, is that how you saw it?
A including dot
One and two.
one and two?
Yeah,
Yes.
Cal.
Thank
Just, yeah,
you've got,
you got it.
Rick Burkett.
you.
Nick Burton.
Yeah, sorry. Bye-bye.
You've got McDonald's.
And you got that further down too, Calvin.
That was lunch.
When you're ready.
Trying to combine 2 good fellows.
Oh, sorry.
It's 3, 4. 1, 3, 4.
Yeah, we finished that, 134.
134, thank you. C5, community safety fees and charges. I would like to move that council that A, a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting to commence the local law making process to amend local law number 2, Animal Management 2011, and subordinate law local number 2, Animal Management 2011, to remove mandatory cat registration. Number 2, the proposed new fees be introduced. A pet ID tag, small $5 per tag. B, pet ID tag, large $10 per tag. C, animal surrender fee, cat $100, adult cat $50 for a group of kittens up to 6 months. D, animal surrender fee, dogs $160 adult dog and $80 litter of puppies up to 6 months. And E, regulated dog tag, $25 per tag. And 3, community safety fees and charges for 2021 be set and adopted at 50% of the 2019-20 fees and charges, noting that these charges will apply to the 2021 animal registration renewal notices to be issued 1st of June 2020. And this point 3 is a COVID-19 initiative of Maranoa Regional Council. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Mr Mayor, did you mean to be point through, like,
Oh,
number
sorry,
4?
point,
It's got, this is
point
the
4.
COVID, but it's only number 3 is the COVID, it's not everything is COVID package, is that correct?
Number 3, yes.
So it's not.
So it should say point 3
Is a,
is a COVID-19 initiative of Maranoa Regional Council.
or you could remove point 4 and just have it as a continuation of point 3.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Mr Mayor, would you just, could we just scroll down so I just quickly
Sure.
read the full resolution again, is that okay?
Yep.
I'm happy to second that, Mr Mayor.
Okay, do we have any opposition to the motion?
Mr Mayor, can I ask that you separate out point 1 to the other 2 items, please?
Okay, we'll do that.
For clarification, point 1, is that we're not making a decision on that law today, we're just making a decision that a report be brought back?
Yes, correct. Okay, so is seconder happy with that? We'll just deal with them separately.
So just to clarify, Councillor Hancock, that that's to commence the process. So it will start the ball rolling.
But it'll start the ball rolling and a report will come back to a future council. Yeah, so it's, but anyway, let's test this. Okay, so I'll speak to that first motion. I believe that this is an important initiative for the harmony of the Maranoa community, not to have cat registrations as mandatory. I certainly believe in all of the education, get microchipping done and for cats to be able to be registered, and I'm sure people want to do that, but there's a huge step in going to this level, and I believe that it's not in the community's best interest. I would like to deal with stray cats, problem cats and roaming cats, feral cats in a different way in our town areas, but I don't believe this is a beneficial measure. Okay, would anyone like to speak against the motion? Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Kel, could you just scroll back up for me? So I think this will send a terrible message to the countless members of our community that have raised concerns to me and previous councillors that we've got a cat problem in our community. Yes, we've got feral cats. They're in all the towns. We need to address those. But I can tell you, since the introduction of mandatory cat registration, we heard today there's been an uplift in people registering their cats because they're taking it seriously, just as dog owners do. I think there's an equality issue between whether you own a cat or a dog. We need to be leaders of our community and encourage our residents to have their animals registered. If they are going to invest their time and energy into having animals, then they need to be held account to what their animals do. And I think the introduction of mandatory cat registrations was a great decision of the previous term of council, and has, as we heard today, seen an uplift in registration, and from the people that I've spoken to about this, has been really well received. And I just don't think this is something council should be concentrating on at this moment.
Okay, would anyone like to speak for or against the motion? Okay, well, I'll sum up. With this here, I would also like to see that we do not have, I don't believe the registered cats are the problem, but it's another impost on owners, and I do believe we should be focusing on clearing our streets of animals that live in gutters and so forth that are around, that are a real issue. So certainly not forcing any extra charges and so forth on cat owners is not a way that we would be turning the other cheek to the issues of cats or even dogs for that case in our towns. We'll now go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? So that is 7-2 if I can call for a division.
Sorry,
Okay.
who's the second councillor?
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor. Okay, moving on to point 2. Does everyone know what that is, or do you want me to read it out again? Does everyone know what we're voting on? Yeah. Okay, so these are the proposed new fees. So all those, does anyone want to debate these? Or are you happy to go to the vote?
No one's going to move that, or?
Oh, we should move it, yes. Okay, would anyone like to, I'll move this, that the proposed new fees be introduced. Pet ID tag small, $5 per tag. Pet ID tag large, $10 per tag. C, animal surrender fee, cats $100, and a litter of kittens up to 6 months, $50. D, animal surrender fee, dogs $160, adult dog. $80 for a litter of puppies or whatever that is called, up to 6 months. And E, regulated dog tag, $25 per tag. So we're going for this one. So do we have a seconder for that motion? Yeah, Councillor Edwards. Does anybody want to debate it?
I've just got a question, Mr Mayor.
Please go ahead.
Just in relation to what we heard from the officer this morning, are we encapsulating the other animals, that like the goats and horses in these fees by, through Mr Mayor, may I ask Director Sharon, I just want to make sure that we're getting everything we should be getting.
It'll be point 3.
Yeah, I think asked the director, but these were the ones that looked like they were in the report.
Yeah, well, can you just scroll down to 3, if that's wrong?
I just thought the officer said today that there was new fees to encapsulate the expenses associated with the other animals.
Other animals.
Yeah.
And animal lease fee of $50.
Okay, well I'm happy to put that and add that to other animals and impound the lease fee of $50.
Get that, Kel?
Other animals, sorry.
Other animals, bracket, other than dog/cat. Close bracket, impound release fee, $50.
So the mover's happy with that, the second is happy with that. Okay, well, does anyone want to debate it? If not, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Point 3, community safety fees and charges for 2021 to be set and adopted at 50% of the 2019-20 fees and charges, noting that these charges will apply to the 2020-2021 animal registration renewal notices to be issued 1st of June 2020. And this is a COVID-19 initiative. Maranoa Regional Council. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition? Anyone want to debate it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C6. C6, recommendation to purchase 9 single cab 4x2 utilities. I would like to move that number 1, select Black Auto Group, Black Toyota as recommended supplier of 9 single cabin 4x2 utilities at a cost of $787.84. $787.84. I'll say that again, $317,784.84, including of GST, excluding registration and CPT insurance, for the reasons of 5-year unlimited kilometre warranty and general resale. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to enter into the final negotiations with Black Auto Group, Black Toyota, and raise purchase orders in the final terms, if the final terms are acceptable. And 3, I imagine would be assign expenditure to general ledger 6551. Is that the correct ledger, or is there a different?
No, that's correct. Can you just double check the price?
So is it 317,787.84? Is that the?
It's 342,000. On page 159.
No, that's a different resolution.
It's cheap, cheaper. 35,309.76 times. Oh, that was the first one I was given. 317, is it 317,967.84?
787. That's right.
So is that right?
That's right.
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, righto. Now, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Got a question.
Oh yeah, please go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, this resolution is for manual transmission.
Correct.
So are we going against what the men want with the auto, or is it because of the bench seat scenario?
That's what was put in. That was put in the.
Well, that's the price they gave. So.
Put in. Can't do it.
So yes, this resolution would be going against what was recommended.
Because we didn't have a. So you'd have to add enough 27,000 roughly to go to audit.
Given the automatic and manual distinction in the report, is there any issue with laying this on the level?
No, sorry, I think it's transmission.
Transition. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's.
Plane's been backwards and forwards a little bit.
I'm not agreeing with issues.
Well, I'm happy to lay this report on the table till the next meeting to get further information about the automatic.
You're moving that, are you?
Yeah, so.
No,
No, let's go to the vote.
this is just delayed on the table.
Lay it on the table the next meeting to get further information about the automatic versus the manual that's been put in.
And so that we can.
Okay, anybody against that? So it's 9-0. Righto.
Yeah, 7-2.
172. C7, council new, oh sorry, you're right. Councillor Hancock has left the room. C7, council news May edition review. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move 1, the council note and approve the council news May 2020 edition for print, and 2, that the council news be disseminated through all the regional post offices in the Maranoa.
Councillor, are you happy if we add the word subject to final briefing?
To point 1, I'm happy with that.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen, any opposition to the motion? Does Moo wish to speak to it?
Just to say, Mr Mayor, that the council news is a vehicle in which allows council to get the stories and decisions that happen across this organisation to the constituents of the residents of the Maranoa, and I think it's really important that where we can, we support our local post offices with the dissemination of this particular article.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. Okay, so Councillor Burkett's now leaving the room. Page 184. C8, Community Newsletter, Bottle Tree Bulletin. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move 1, that council continue funding community newsletter, the Bottle Tree Bulletin. 2, that the tender specifications be tabled at a briefing session of council. Well, you already had it, Gil. So I'm happy with the tender specification for the publication be drafted for council's further consideration prior to public advertising of the tender. 3, council publicly advertise the tender, inviting suitably qualified and experienced entities, individuals, community groups or companies to submit a lump sum price per issue and supporting documentation for the design, production, printing and distribution of the community newsletter, the Bottle Tree Bulletin. And 3, this tender commenced July 2020 for a 24-month period ending June 2022.
And is that going to come back for council to have a briefing about the design, the tender specs or whatever?
Yeah, so that's point 2, Mr Mayor.
Right.
The specification for the application be drafted, the council's putting that. I guess, councillors, we just need clarification whether you're happy to do that at a briefing or would you like that at a formal meeting?
before meeting would be good. Depends when that can be done.
Because it will get very tight time frame wise if we commence, the tender commence in July.
Well, anyway, that's it's up to what you can do, I suppose.
But still, would have to, through Mr Mayor, even if we do it at a briefing, it's still got to go to a council meeting for approval, hasn't it? Must we?
We could hold a special meeting
For the special occasion.
to fast track it, David, of course.
If council's open to doing that,
Yeah.
that might help.
Okay, so but do we have a seconder for that motion? Yeah, councillor Guthrie. Any opposition? Does anyone want to speak to it? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 7-0. C9, page 189. C9, agreement for licence to use facilities Mitchell Workshop. Do we have a mover? Oh, councillor Edwards.
The council, one, authorise the chief executive officer to sign the agreement for licence to use facilities between the Department of Transport and Main Roads, TMR, and Maranoa Regional Council for the use of the Mitchell Workshop facilities from the 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021. Number 2, set the fee at $124.85, excluding GST per day. And 3, revenue generated from this agreement be assigned to General Ledger 1551.1135.1015.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Hancock. Any opposition? Does anyone want to debate it, speak to it? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C10, page 193. C10, recommendation to purchase 4 light rigid crew cabin job trucks. Do we have a mover? Councillor Mullen.
Mr Mayor, I'll move that council, 1, select IZU Australia Limited as the recommended supplier of 4 light rigid crew cabin job trucks at a total cost of $380,908, including GST, excluding registration and CTP insurance. 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or Delegate to enter into final negotiations with Black Trucks and Agroma and raise purchase orders if the final terms are acceptable. And 3, assign expenditure to General Ledger 6551.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett. Any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C11. Excess animal application 2020-75 excess dogs.
Sorry, who's going to move on?
I'll blame an input hand.
I nominate Mr Guthrie, love.
Oh, I'm happy to nominate it for councillor Burkett. I'd like to nominate. Sorry.
I can do that if you want me to.
Go for it, Mr Mayor.
Okay, officer's recommendation that in accordance with the provisions of Local Law Administration 2011 and Local Law Number 2 Animal Management 2011, Council grants excess dog approval to keep the 4 dogs stated in excess animal application number 2020/75, identified as microchip numbers dog 1-9530-1006-3054, dog 2-953-01-000-253-3942, excess dog 1953 1004047606, and excess dog 2953 104166 on the premises 9 Liverpool Street, Mitchell, for a term of 1 year, subject to the following conditions. A, this approval allows for a total of 4 dogs to be kept on the premises and is limited to the 4 identified dogs. And B, if any identified dogs dies or is relocated to other premises or is kept by another owner or keeper at other premises, the dog may not be replaced by another dog unless the keeping of the dogs on the premises is approved under another excess dog approval. And C, the approval holder must ensure each and every identified dog is implanted with a prescribed permanent identification device in accordance with Section 14 of the Animal Management Cats and Dogs Act 2008, and 2, registered with Council, and D, the approval holder must take all reasonable steps to prevent each and every identified dog kept on the premises from making a noise or disturbance that causes a nuisance or disturbance to the occupiers of other premises. And E, the approval holder must ensure that any enclosure in which an identified dog is kept on the premises is properly drained and that the runoff is kept off adjoining premises. And F, the approval holder must ensure that the excreta, food scraps and other material that is or likely to become offensive is collected daily and if not immediately disposed of is kept in a waste container of a kind approved by an authorised person. And G, the approval holder must ensure that any enclosure in which an identified dog is kept on the premises is maintained in 1, a clean and sanitary condition and disinfected regularly, and 2, an aesthetically acceptable condition, and H, the approval holder must ensure a proper enclosure is maintained on the premises in accordance with the requirements of Local Law 2, Animal Management 2011, and the approval holder must notify Council in writing in the event of a suspension or cancellation of relevant approval for the keeping of any identified dog in the premises within 3 days of the suspension or cancellation of the relevant approval. For example, if the approval holder is the occupier of the premises and the owner of the premises suspends or cancels the approval holder's right to keep any identified dogs on the premises, the approval holder must notify Council in writing of the suspension and cancellation of the approval within 3 days of the suspension or cancellation. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Is there any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak to the motion? If not, we're going to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
I don't think anyone was going to amend it.
Right.
Just on that, with one situation like that, can't you just say, as per?
No.
If the public haven't seen it.
Because it's closed.
Oh, if it was open,
Closed,
good.
yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, it's 220.
Okay, item 12, Roma Sayards fees and charges 2020-2021. I would like to move that Council approve the 2020-21 Roma Sayards fees and charges to be set at the same fees as 2019-20 for all fees. So, do we need votes?
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, there's that one that they weren't covering the costs on the deceased stock, would that be a separate?
Well, it was about 10 to $20 or something.
Would you?
Have we got that in there?
It's in the recommendation, approve the 2021 Roma sale yards fees and charges outlined in the report, noting that the yard dues increased 2%, and B, the fee for deceased stock and disposal increased to cover costs associated with the disposal of carcasses.
Okay,
That's right.
yeah, that's right. Okay,
So you could do it without the A if you want to.
yeah. Or maybe we could use this and just have a 0% increase. So, Kelly, do you mind if I just change this?
Okay.
So number 1, approve the 2021 Roma sale yards fees and charges. That A, the yard fee, the yard dues,
No increase to the yard.
no increase to the yard dues. And B, the fee for deceased stock disposal increased to cover costs associated with the disposal of carcasses at council's waste facility.
So I will need to get you to read out B again.
B, sure. The fee for deceased stock disposal increased to cover cost associated
Sorry, the computer's a bit slow. To cover.
Cost associated to cover with the disposal of carcasses at council's waste facility. I'll just read that again. The fee for deceased stock disposal increased to cover costs associated with the disposal of carcasses. No? I'm just wanting to use this one because it might be more.
It's just changing each time.
Is it? Okay, so what have we got there? The council approved the 2021 Roma sale yards fees and charge to be set at the same fees.
No, that's what you want, that's what you moved originally, then you don't want that anymore, you want the council approve, A, no increase to yard dues, B,
The fee for deceased stock disposal increased to cover costs associated with the disposal of carcasses at council's waste facility.
There you go.
Yep.
Clarify something, so the heading is Roma sale yards proposed fees and charges. That's everything.
Yep.
Not just yard fees, that's everything.
Yeah, out of the sale yards.
Keep all in the same.
Yeah, keep all in the same.
The only one that you're going to increase is the deceased.
Deceased, yes.
So it should be, not yard dues, it should be everything except deceased, shouldn't it?
Could I make a suggestion that we do B first?
Right.
And just say the fee for the deceased stock disposal be increased to cover the costs associated with disposal of carcasses at council's waste facility, and that all other fees remain the same.
Right, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, all other fees, Roma sale yards proposed fees and charges
Charges.
all remain the same except for the deceased stock money, which went up to $160 for years.
I thought there was a fee, I'm trying to find a fee in there somewhere.
Deceased stock disposal.
Which was proposed $160.
It's 120.
Yeah, sorry, no. Sorry.
Yeah, you would. No, would have done it.
Can we just clarify this?
Yes, we've got too many covers in there.
But it's still all a bit messy too, because we are approving the 2021 Roma sale yards fees and charges.
Yeah.
So, because there's a whole, we're just saying with no increase
Yeah.
except to. So just carry them.
There was more to it.
We're losing money in the
So
other.
it's growing.
No, that's, if we recycle the first part, that all other fees, roaming salients, fees and charges, be the same as, it's that first sentence, Carol.
So we're back up to here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
If we take that a little bit up,
Where am I?
keep going up a little bit more. Council,
Same
the
as-
2021 roaming salients, that all other 2021 roaming salients, fees and charges remain the same as 2019-20.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, and I think we should put the carcass one, where do you want to put that?
The alternative is that council approve the 2021 roaming salients, fees and charges to be set at the same fees as 2019-20, with the exception of.
Yeah, put a little bit on that.
120.
With the exception of, what is it called, that one?
And then just copy that.
Deceased, stock,
Yeah.
disposal.
Yeah, copy that, put it up.
Just the third line down, Elders to cover, just, yeah, just take that to the second line out. No, just the to cover bit, yeah, just that. Increase to $120 to cover the costs associated with the disposal of carcasses at council's waste.
Okay, so we have a motion, do we have a second for that?
Director Sharon's got a hand in the air.
Can just say that that price includes GST?
Yeah, sure.
So council approved the 2021 roaming salients, fees and charges to be set at the same fees as 2019-20, with the exception of the deceased stock disposal. To be increased to $120, including GST, to cover the costs associated with disposal of carcasses at council's waste.
Yeah, so it should be 2B after disposal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
After
that, Cal.
disposal,
After
now
disposal is the two.
After the second line.
Exception of the.
The other disposal.
There we go, yep.
Right, do we have a second for that motion? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion? Certainly say that this is support for basically one of our biggest businesses, an enormous driver for the community that we can, if this motion is supported, that we will have another opportunity to support through a rates freeze. Okay, no, does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 9-0. Okay, 244. James Cook University Renewal of Service Office Agreement, Roma Community Hub. We have a move by Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move the council agree to renew the service office agreement for a further 12-month period expiring the 14th of May 2021 to an agreed rental amount of $550 per month, GST inclusive.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, do we have the next page number there, please?
249 on the second.
249. We're just noting that Councillor Burkett has just left the room. C14, Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club Incorporated. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
Yeah, I move that Council 1 enter into the management agreement as presented with the Mitchell RSL and Combined Sports Club Inc. commencing 1st June 2020 for a period of 5 years in respect to the land and sporting facilities located on land described as Lot 115 on DL 335. And 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to execute the management agreement.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second? Councillor Edwards. Any opposition to the motion? Do you wish to speak to the motion? No one wishes to speak. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. We have the next page number, please.
276.
276, thank you. Okay, Councillor Burkett. Councillor O'Neill, do you have a reading for this one?
It's up on, well, page 1.
Okay, page 276, C15, COVID-19 Task Force. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council take a lead in the COVID-19 Recovery Plan Task Force as a welcome opportunity to partner with the community for our region. 2, allocate a budget of $111,500 from work order W21881. 3, a report be presented on an action plan for a regional approach to COVID-19, and that report be tabled at the May 27th ordinary meeting. And 4, a plan for how staff can assist in the coordination. Oh, sorry. And 4, a plan be developed for how staff can assist in the coordination and delivery of the action plan.
Councillor O'Neill, would you mind having that regional staff so we can say we're going to think regionally with it rather than just economic development staff?
In number 4.
In number 4. Or something similar to that.
Our staff across the region.
Yeah, I didn't want to say regional staff because it won't just be, I mean, for me, all staff are regional, but
would you all staff?
A plan be developed for how staff can assist.
Staff across the region.
Staff across the region can assist, yep.
Okay, thank you. I'll second that. Is there any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Have the next page number, please.
287.
Thank you. C16, application for funding Queensland Feral Pest Initiative, round 4. Do we have a mover?
Mr Mayor.
Councillor McMullen.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that Council 1 submit a joint application for funding under the Queensland Feral Pest Initiative, round 4, in partnership with Gundawindi Regional Council and Balonne Council. And 2, provide a letter of support to the Balonne Council as the lead applicant for the funding. And 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter into an agreement with Balonne Council, Gundawindi Regional Council and the Queensland Department of Agriculture and Fisheries should the application be successful. And 4, Council enter into negotiations with Waroo Game Meats regarding the supply of bait meat for the project should the application be successful.
Councillor Barnes, we'll just leave out the council bit if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got that.
Enter in.
Yep. Okay, we've got a seconder for that motion. Councillor Ladbrook. Any opposition? Does anyone wish to speak?
No, thanks.
We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, next page number
318.
308.
318.
318. Thank you. C17, COVID-19 recovery package, environmental health fees and charges. Do we have a mover? Councillor Hancock.
I'll move that council consider in its operating budget deliberations and as part of its overall response to the coronavirus pandemic, A, waiving the 2020-2021 licensing and permit fees for food business, including footpath dining, caravan parks and potable water carriers.
Okay.
Don't need the aid.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to this motion? Does the mayor wish to speak to it? Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Three twenty-two. Rob, were you happy to lay this on the
I think we're only considering its operating budget deliberations.
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, C18, driving economic growth and new development in the response to the coronavirus pandemic. I would like to move the council consider in its operating budget deliberations as part of its overall response to the coronavirus pandemic, A, waiving certain development assessment and plumbing and inspection fees until 31st of December 2020, and B, imposing a 2-year currency period on development permits issued under the fee concession provided in paragraph A, and C, continue charging full development assessment fees for development permits with a currency period that exceeds 2 years, and D, allow 100% waiving of the total infrastructure charges till June 2021.
Let's just use that part A, where we say certain development assessment, we go brackets excluding with a period of loss, so just takes out subdivisions.
Right, excluding right up the top.
I'd be tempted to put it waiving certain development assessment and plumbing inspection fees in brackets, excluding.
Reconfiguring of lot. So reconfiguring of lot applications.
And that is development.
That's all subdivisions. Subdivisions.
Excluding those for
excluding vehicle. Oh, no, you've got excluding reconfiguring a lot of applications.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Now, can I just clarify, Mr. Mayor, D, where did that finish?
It's just allowing 100% waiving of the total infrastructure charges till June 2021. So for a 12-month period. So then the rest of it goes.
So this the last sentence is going.
Yep. So allow 100% waiving. Probably could get rid of D completely and just start again.
Get rid of D.
Well, probably get rid of that whole D and just start again. And then I'll just tell you, yeah, that's all right. Allowing 100% waiving of the total infrastructure charges till June 2021. 20% waiving total construction charges to June 2021. Yep. Until. I think. Until, that's it. What
Should
else?
it be for works undertaken until that date?
Well, this is going to come back as part of budget deliberation, so it's going to be tidied up. This is not making a decision.
Well, you, Mr Mayor, I believe there's a discrepancy there. Charges until June 2020, 2021.
Oh, no, not 2020. Just should be June 2021.
June.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't hurt to, again, having there excluding reconfiguring the block.
Right, we can put that back in.
When the council decides.
Excluding reconfiguring of a lot.
So what part's coming back in budget deliberation?
Not the whole lot.
All of it,
So where does that say?
up the top. Council consider.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So there's a discussions now about how we actually do the.
Yeah, exactly.
Down on that actually, the council reduce the actual,
Percentage or something?
take percentage back to zero, probably the easiest way of doing it, so we'll come back to you with that, and achieve it.
So we've got to take one of the Ds out.
Yeah, that's crossed out. It's all crossed
Oh,
out.
it's crossed out, is it? Right. Okay, we have a second to Councillor Ladbroke. Are you happy with that, Councillor Ladbroke? Any opposition to the motion? Does anyone want to speak to the motion? Definitely believe this is an exciting development if it does get passed in budget, to be able to make it the best time to be doing any building and so forth in the Maranoa. So it's exciting that council is considering this. Okay, if no one else wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay. C19. C19 road maintenance performance contract, or RMPC, 2020 to 2021. Do we have a mover? Councillor Burkett.
Yeah, I move that the council authorise the chief executive officer or delegate to sign both the tender submission and the resulting road maintenance performance contract with the Department of Transport and Main Roads for 2020-21 to the value of $3,734,510 GST exclusive.
We have a second to Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion? No one wishes to speak. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, the next page we've got
333.
333. Good number. C20. Negotiations for airline relief due to COVID-19. I would like to move that we authorise the manager to defer landing fees for particular regulated public transport operations at Roma Airport as identified in the officer's report for a period of 6 months commencing April 2020. And number 2, be provided with an update at a meeting in July 2020. Yeah, do we need to put that in? I've just got it here. So we've got to say delegate.
Authorise the CEO or delegate, is that?
Really just authorising the deferral.
Well, yeah, it's got here authorise the manager, but what's the correct word? Or would you like to? You have to be delegated. Well, it's the recommendation, but I'll authorise the CEO.
Authorise the deferral of landing fees for particular.
Yeah, right. Yeah, authorise the deferral, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Or authorise the deferral of payments of landing fees.
Deferral of landing fees for particular identifying office.
So can we put payments in front of deferral, please, Kel? And then of.
Authorise the payment deferral of landing fees for particular.
Look at that. No, as mentioned in the report, as identified in the officer's report. Yeah, for a period of 6 months. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion?
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, were you going to leave the update for July meeting or move that forward to match the 6 months to September?
Well, we could. Well, I just thought we might see how it's tracking then anyway. But I'm happy with September too. Don't mind which either way.
You have to put a date on the 1st of April or something. 6 months from April. Is that an invoicing date or something? An invoicing month. 30th of April or something.
So commencing the 1st of April, because that's a.
Yeah, 1st of April we put in there. April 1st. Okay, second. Okay. Right, we've got a, do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Edwards, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to it? Certainly believe our regulated routes need as much support as we can give them, so if this is supported, will be a great initiative to help the regulated route operator. Okay, anyone else wish to speak? We're going to go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. The next page.
343.
343, thank you. C21, Roma and Surat Aerodrome Compliance Inspections Report. Anyone with Councillor O'Neill?
I move the council receive and note the officer's report as presented.
We have a seconder. Councillor Taylor, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No.
Put it to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0.
Shortest motion with the biggest bit of paper.
468.
468, thank you. Councillor Ladbrook has left the room. C22, unnamed section of road off Humphreys Road. I would like to move to advise the applicant that the request for a permit to occupy the unnamed road reserve off Humphreys Road, adjacent to lot 11 on WAL 53496 is not supported, as this section of road reserve is gazetted and is currently being used for the purpose of a public road, and the level of vehicular traffic on the public road is such that it is not appropriate for council to support the grant of a permit to occupy. Number 2, write to the owner of lot 11 on WAL 53496 with a view to A, discussing the fencing of the southern boundary of the road reserve.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, that was correct.
Oh, that's right, it's a correction.
Northern
Northern boundary, sorry, of the road reserve, where the road abuts lot 11 on WAL 53496 to the extent that the land is not currently fenced and the removal of the gates which are currently installed on the road. B, invite the owner to advise in writing any concerns associated with fencing of the road on the northern boundary, where the road abuts lot 11 on WAL 53496.
So just stop there.
Sure.
Change that.
Just clarifying, is that northern or southern?
Northern.
So
NB as well?
correct. So Cal's just got to change B before we go on.
Sure.
No, B's southern.
Yes, that's what I thought.
But, sorry, yeah. B's southern, but the A was northern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're right. At C, advise the owner of the level of compensation and assistance available under the incentive to fence out sections of council's current gates and grid policy. And then D,
Three.
Three, the current unnamed section of the road between the end of Humphreys Road and Brookfield Road to be added to the Rural Roads Register. Okay, do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor McMullen, any opposition to the motion? Does the mayor wish to speak to the motion? No, I don't. Does anyone else wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0.
Interesting name that road.
No.
Who's going to name the road?
The next page, please.
509.
509, thank you. C23, Crossroads Realignment Landowner Compensation Agreement. Do we have a mover? Councillor McMullen.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I move that the council authorise the Chief Executive Officer or delegate to formally enter into a road agreement with the landholder of Lot 25 on Plan BWR 101 to complete the required actions with the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy to effect a road opening action to formalise the realignment of Crossroads Road at approximately change 8240-8460.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Edwards, any opposition to the motion? Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll just like to say on this is going to be a wonderful outcome for the residents of the area, and it's because of the residents that they have helped council be able to deliver a better road infrastructure for that region, working together with council. So on that note, we will go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay.
526.
Thank you. 526. C24. Sure, thank you. Councillor Hancock has just left the room. C24, establishment of cadetship. We have a mover, Councillor O'Neill.
I move that Council 1 approve the establishment of a cadetship program. 2, offer a cadetship in a Bachelor of Engineering Science, Civil Engineering. 3, authorise the CEO or delegate to approve and sign a bonded service agreement between Council and the successful candidate. And 4, endorse the change of position title within the organisational structure from training technical engineering design to cadet civil designer.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Burkett, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 8-0. C25, allocation. Page 531. C25, allocation of funds for maintenance to the Mungalala Progress Association, Mungalala Progress and Sporting Association. Yeah. I probably can add to that heading. Allocation of funds for maintenance to local. Just local groups instead of just one association in case there's others. Yeah.
Jonathan.
But anyway, I'm happy to leave it at that. I've said it. Allocation of funds for maintenance to the Mungalala Progress and Sporting Association. And I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion? I don't. No one else does. We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C26, maintenance schedule for Campbell's Park. I'd like to move that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. We have a seconder. Councillor Taylor, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion? Certainly do. Looking forward to this. I believe a lot of community people are to see what can happen. I'll be looking forward to a report coming back to council on an icon of the region, Campbell's Park. Okay, we'll now go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C27, partnership agreement. I would like to request that a report be prepared for an upcoming council meeting. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Edwards, any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. C28, further information, Roma Cemetery request to install street bollards. Do we have a mover? Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that council install option 3 hazard intersection signage, a road sign that is designed for T intersections with cost for the project to come from the current cemetery maintenance budget, work order 14155.2445, and B, a garden be planted at the base of the sign.
Would Councillor O'Neill, would you consider adding in there some extra trees as per, what we've seen there, as, the gum trees?
To go in the land, what's there?
Sure.
Okay, I'll have you second that. And is there any opposition to the motion?
We'll just get the word.
Yeah, better get the wording right. We can put gum trees, please.
Maybe rubber trees and then
and not, I'll be more specific, a hedge be planted at the base of the sign. Along with additional gum trees. Adjacent to the cemetery fence.
Okay, you happy with that, Councillor O'Neill?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
Mr Mayor,
yes.
just clarification. Will it be automatic that a reply will go to, a response will go to the resident who put a letter forward.
Well, we could put that in the motion if the mover is happy. Are you happy for that?
That a letter go to the
To the resident who wrote to
Sure,
the
yeah.
regarding this matter.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Informing her of the outcome.
Yeah, happy with that as a seconder. Okay, does Lou wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, so we've got late business. Might do the late close. LC1, request to defer rates and charges due to hardship assessment number 120000717. We have a mover. Councillor O'Neill.
I'll move that Council 1 accept that the landowner has provided evidence that satisfies the council that the payment of the current rates and charges will cause financial hardship to the landowner in terms of section 121C of the Local Government Regulation 2012 and resolved pursuant to sections 121C, 120.
Councillor O'Neill, I think with 2 and below is being removed.
Well, I'll stop there.
Perhaps his applicant.
Oh, okay.
Instead of
I'm
being
happy with that change, yep.
okay.
And then there's a second reference to landowner as well, Carol. Second, enter second line.
Okay, so we have a seconder for that motion. Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak? We'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. LC2 Roma Big Rig Project Update.
Could I please make a suggestion, please, just to deal with the first sentence and then write to the relevant minister full stop.
Yes, yeah, correct.
Just write to the relevant minister.
Yeah, we could be, yes. So who is moving this motion?
I'm happy to move it.
Okay, please.
I'll move that council receive and note this report by way of update regarding the Big Rig Observation Town Tree Top Walkway Project and write to the relevant minister.
We have a second for that. Councillor Hancock. Any opposition to the motion? Does anyone, does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
If no one else does, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Okay, LC3. Condition of Amby Town water. I would like to move that a report be prepared up for an upcoming meeting and council receive and note the letter as presented. Well, it's the other way around. But council receive and open letter as presented in a report be prepared for upcoming council meeting. We have a second of Councillor McMullen. Any opposition to the motion? No one wishes to speak, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Has LC4 been done?
Yes.
Right.
Finish with the light.
What about L1 in the white? Oh yeah,
13.3 is on the table.
Which one's better for you to go to, Kel? Late? Open or?
Either is okay, I'll just move whichever one council prefers to do next.
Okay, we'll do L1. Interim representative arrangement, Southwest Region Roads and Transport.
We get to go for close. We're already, don't worry about me, it's one day.
Yeah, interim representative arrangement, Southwest Regional Roads and Transport Group, SWRRTG and Southwest Regional Economic Development, Southwest Reg.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move a motion.
Yeah, please go ahead.
That council consider an interim councillor. That council consider an interim councillors for attendance at the Southwest Regional Roads and Transport Group. I might need help wording this, but basically I'd like to move that council nominate as an interim councillor delegate for the attendance at the Southwest Regional Roads and Transport Group, Councillor Jeff McMullen, and Southwest Regional Economic Development, SWRED meetings, Councillor Cameron O'Neill, on the dates proposed. I might need help with wording that.
Do we have a second for that motion?
Are you happy? Councillor McMullen, happy to attend on the council meeting?
The reason, can I say why? The reason I have moved this motion that Councillor McMullen attend for the transport and Councillor O'Neill attend for the regional economic development is it is only interim for this meeting, and it's because of they are previously experienced within these meetings at this time.
Yeah, okay, so we had a second to Councillor Taylor. I'll speak against the motion. I don't believe anyone should be going on the dates as in the Wednesday, which is council meeting day. I think all councillors should be here. Yes, I'll speak against this motion.
I think, in fairness, Mr Mayor, I think you can Skype into the meetings, and if they are consistent with how they've been, it will be very much towards the back end of the Wednesday for the Regional Roads Group, and the Southwest Red meeting will be on the Thursday.
Yeah, so, and also I'd like to, I've got a different plan for who would go to Southwest Red, so obviously this was meant to be an interim measure and we can talk about that. So they're going to be Skype meetings, are they?
I don't know, but Mr Mayor, if you've got an alternative, well, put it forward. I'm not going to go through this again, so if you don't want me to attend Southwest Red, I prefer to not attend in an interim manner either. Thanks to Councillor Hancock for nominating me, but let's lay it out. Who would you like to attend, and let's install them into that role?
Can I make a suggestion in respect of who's getting nominated, we split it?
Yeah.
Split the resolution, if that makes sense? It's two different meetings.
We can do that. Have we?
I'll move a motion.
So sorry, just so I'm new.
Yes.
I've moved the motion, councillor Taylor has seconded.
Yep, we'll test the
I don't know
motion.
the correct procedure, but.
Yeah, no,
it's
that's spot on. So we'll test that motion. All those in favour of the motion? All those against?
I'm with it.
So that's 2-7, if I can call for division. Okay, so now we've
that'd be
got
3-6, or
3-6,
it could have actually been 4-5 from.
Okay, let's do the vote again. All those in favour of the motion?
3.
All those against? 3-6, sorry. Now, we will, there's a request, Councillor McMullen, did you want to move one first? Or,
I must move that we split the resolution, but not really good me nominating myself.
no. Well, I'd actually like to I believe we should move a motion to ask them to change the date. There was dates going around, but I think it's Wednesday. Yeah. No, that's fine, but I'll move a motion that we write to South West Red and ask that that they reconsider the meeting date is because it's a general meeting day on Wednesday, and it will be difficult for anyone to attend if this date is kept.
So it's the South West Red.
Oh, the regional roads group. Oh, okay, well, I can't say that. So the regional roads group.
So my request to this flagging is
Mr. Mayor, I think the procedure for the last 4 years anyway has been one in the afternoon, which is not necessarily whatever day, but one afternoon and the other on the following day. I think the idea was if you've got to travel, in this case to Charleville, have one meeting in the afternoon and then the next morning have the other one and then travel home. So, I mean, if you're changing one, you probably change both. I suggest that days, that is.
I think we should just.
Do we have time, being that the meeting is the 27th of May and the 28th of May?
I should ask if they do.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I also followed up and asked if they could reconsider dates due to the same conflicts that council's just discussed as another person.
Have you had a reply?
I haven't had a reply yesterday afternoon.
But I think if we write anyway, I'm moving that we write a letter and say we can't attend unless you please change the day, but it's Thursday for South West Red, so it's a regional roads group.
And I think this being the first meeting of new councils, it would be important for our council to be at the table, wouldn't it, for both of those meetings?
One's South West Road, South West Economic.
Councillor McMullen, how important do you think the regional roads group is?
It's fairly important, yeah. I mean, I've got probably 3 times, maybe 4 times I've filled in. Yeah.
So it means that you'd have to be away for a council meeting.
Well, you can do it by
Skype.
Well, the last one, I didn't have Skype, but I did it from home. I used just a teleconference. Some were on Skype, but we had a lot of issues. Well, a lot of issues with the
They might change it too.
Communication.
Will they get back to us?
Could we ask what options we got? Skype, teleconference?
Well, Kelly's messaged them.
We don't, yeah.
You know, to ask them to change the date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we have
Through
Skype.
you, Ms. Councillor Ladbroke, I also wrote to them and just foreshadowed that the Wednesday was not a good day.
They haven't
because it was
replied
our
yet.
holiday, and they said that the other suited the balance.
We don't do Skype.
We have Skype.
It could be set up for you.
Oh, well, I'm only suggesting.
Or Zoom, it could be Zoom. Zoom is currently being used for many meetings.
Well, we'll just try and explore an electronic option.
Okay, good.
That's probably a better arrangement rather than mine.
But it's still, it will
I'm happy to do that.
explore it, because it will interfere with the council meeting.
Yeah, I think everyone needs to be here for council meetings if possible.
Even if you go by Skype or whatever, well, we can't sit in the council meeting, and I don't know if we can do that anywhere else, can we?
Well, you could possibly sit in the chambers. We are
Well,
doing, I think Councillor Guthrie has.
But if we're having a
done
council
that.
meeting and a normal,
No, but this is just for this.
27th.
Yeah.
yeah, okay, well,
And righto, and I'll also move that Councillor McMullen represent for the Southwest Regional Roads and Transport Group. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 8-1 if I call for a division. And then I'll move that council install or council approve delegates for the Southwest Red meetings. Councillor Guthrie as the as one representative, and Councillor Golder as the other representative for the Southwest Red meetings as the two attendees.
That's just for this interim meeting?
Well, I'm happy to go. I don't mind, we can make an interim. I'm happy to do that. But I would be looking at that continuing as well, so it's a separate report. I don't mind.
so what was the resolution that just got passed?
The one was that councillor, so the top resolution just got passed.
That's
8-1, that's correct.
But that's right, that's both.
No, just for the Southwest the Southwest Regional Roads Transport Group.
Oh, right, that's sorry, yeah. That's all right.
And then I've moved the second one, but I've probably gone too fast for Kel. For the other representative, Southwest Red.
Was that interim for the next meeting, or was that until?
Is there any difference to which way it is? Is there any extra detail about that? Yeah, I don't mind. Well, that's what it is, yeah. So I'm happy to just do it for the interim meeting. That might even be on Skype too.
And that's the meeting on the 28th of May?
Yeah.
To travel all the time anyway, wouldn't you? If you're going here Wednesday, you won't get to travel on Thursday.
Yeah, it's only 3 hours. So.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, okay, so we have a seconder for that. Councillor McMullen, any opposition to the motion? Councillor Hancock, does anyone wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hancock, do you want to speak against the motion?
Only to say that that I put forward the original motion, and the reason I did that was because of the experience, and I'll forward just that one meeting. So I don't see the point when we're still going to be coming to making a decision on, we haven't spoken about portfolios, we haven't spoken about anything like that, and so I just can't see the point in doing that.
Okay, let's go to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? 7-2 if I call the division. Okay, there was one on the table, what was that on?
13.3.
13.3. On the vote, or, what page number?
Page 1.
13.3 what?
13.3, page 89 in the report. Okay, please go ahead.
Sorry for you, but the information was asked that it was actually involved in that group.
We need to circulate that.
It has been circulated.
Just to do with the
conflict one.
Okay, everyone's got that list?
Yeah, previous Mayor, Director Rob, did Ed give you an update of the new GO number?
No, I did, but that transfer we did for Eastern Country for the kitchen, we actually transferred 6,945 across, which was unspent because it didn't go ahead. Can you recall the grant for sponsorship of that bucket? I saw that there was a turn transfer back for that. Because this basically, what councils point out, there's 500 requested sponsorship, but in that work order, there's only about $280 left in it. Councils, we did an internal transfer for some other sponsorship, which didn't actually occur. So $6,945 there to get the other $220 there, and we'll do it in turn. So we just keep that work order number council transfer for the other one.
Okay, does anyone wish to move on this motion? Item 13, I better read it out. 13.3, request for sponsorship. Do we have a mover? Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I move that Council 1 approve the sponsorship request from the Management Committee of the Maranoa Arts Gateway Mitchell. 2, provide financial support at the requested cost of $500 GST exclusive to be allocated to the Council sponsorship budget GL 2887 through an internal transfer. 3, request the management group of the Maranoa Arts Gateway reflect Council's contribution towards the virtual exhibition.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Guthrie. Any opposition to the motion? Does the member wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 9-0. Is there any further business, councillors? Okay, well on that note, I will close the meeting at 8:37.